Into the breach once more.
My friends, yes. Oh my God. It was hard to wake up this morning.
Oh, you're not
Oh
kidding
my
me.
God.
There's a reason that we're starting this at 12:09
Yeah,
p.m.
right. Completely. I had like all these people
By accident.
text me this morning like, "Hey, you gonna make it 9:30?" No. What about the 10? No, I'm not making
No.
either of those.
In fact, how much of this can you do without my involvement, everyone?
Yeah, right.
I'm the reason you guys are sitting together. What the fuck more than you need from me? Now I need to babysit you too?
Just bring ChatGPT in the meeting and ask it the questions of logic. My answers would be
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah. Well, here's what so one of the things I want to do is write a sequence that has the chat interact with itself. So
That's cool.
this is the thesis, this is the antithesis, this is the synthesis, for example. Write an argument about why Rust is the next language to learn, right? Um, a statement disagreeing with that answer. Write a statement that synthesizes both answers, right? And you can just have that as one complete command.
Yeah.
But I saw what Jeff posted
Yeah,
about
that's
the
pretty cool.
Google Chrome extension, and I want to try that right now.
Yeah.
One day later.
Exactly. One day later. I
Right,
know.
well,
I'm
that's
gonna
days
try to
later.
write a bunch of proposals today and just use that Chat GTP to kind of do that. It's kind of fun. I've been working on this like, me. I have like a gazillion things I'm working on, but I've always wanted to do like a trends magazine. I used to sort of do a
Mhm.
trend, kind of like a trend zine back when I worked in design research. I don't know, probably a decade ago, I guess, or more. So I have this concept called fringe folly, and it's sort of the notion of sort of a retake on Wired magazine or Mondo magazine, which Mondo magazine came out before Wired did, and it was a counterculture magazine of hippies, ideas, spiritualism, technology, everything. So I have all these trend concepts, and I basically went to the Chat GTP last night and had it sort of rearticulate those from I gave it a loose definition of how I see it, and then I sort of forced it to sort of give its perspective. It's super yummy. So it's like literally helped me like write that magazine in like a day. It's just like crazy as fuck. And then I'm gonna print it. Fuck yeah, I'm gonna print it. I'm gonna make it. But I'm gonna use it today to write a couple proposals and try to catch up on some work. Just try to get it to fill in the blanks.
It's interesting because if you started giving it tone like sarcasm and things like that,
Yeah,
you develop tone for the individual writers.
yeah,
And so imagine you could be like, hey, I want you to,
yeah,
I don't know, take a list of everything trending in blah,
yep,
blah, blah right now and
yeah,
combine it with alchemy and a bit of astrology and,
yeah.
you
Yeah, I
know,
was like, asking, give me the accelerated timeline on a technology. How would it, how would you? That's. I think it gets back down to like, what's the right syntax to talk to the AI to get
what
it
are the
to?
known unknowns
Yeah,
that what do people misunderstand about, dude? What? So now today is dedicated on, okay, let's record this Udemy class that has ChatGPT in the name.
nice.
And the reason I'm racing towards all these extensions and applications is I want to be able to say, hey, look, you take this course, we'll get you from zero to projects faster than any of these other courses combined. Because we're not going to teach you about, oh, this is float, this is decimal, this is mod. What the fuck do I need a remainder for? You know what I mean? When the fuck am I ever going to need to know what the remainder is?
Yeah, man, it's insane.
Right, Allie?
I was supposed to say what?
Fuck the remainder.
Yeah.
And fuck mod.
Okay.
Two
Fuck
mod
the
five.
remainder.
Why do we need the remainder anymore?
No, that's not true.
2022.
I can't.
No, it's
Carry the one,
2023.
asshole.
You're
No.
talking to a mathematician. I
No,
can't fucking
we don't
say
need it anymore.
I didn't realize what I was agreeing to.
No, we don't
No,
need
you
remainders.
can't. No.
We don't even need the left of the decimal.
No, what
That's
are you
it.
talking about?
No more.
No, I didn't know what I was
We're
agreeing to.
deleting numbers.
Shut the fuck up.
So we can
That's
use
not how
more
it
for our
works.
brain.
No.
More food.
You're so.
You know how much math prevents us from enjoying life?
I don't
When we
think
just
so.
move that away.
I thought she tells you to shut the fuck up.
That's it. I'm not
What did I
agreeing
do?
to things I don't know anymore. You lose that privilege. You've lost it.
See, if you pause during the premise, they don't know what the punchline is until it's too late.
You knew. You knew you'd infuriate me with something with math.
Yeah.
Ugh. This is my day to day. Hi, how are you doing this
Dan knows
after?
He's been good at it.
Oh my God. Do you ever do it to Dan?
I do it to most of the people like Pro.
I know you do it to Crow, but do you ever do it to Dan so that he can get a taste of this lovely,
No,
lovely
because I'm-
situation you put in every day?
Because I'm playing to Dan.
Oh, I see. You're just doing this for Dan's enjoyment?
Yeah. I just say things that
Oh my God.
I just try to say things that will get a rise out of
murder
Mattheos.
you.
Mattheos and Rocket. If I see them laughing, they won't agree, but they'll laugh. All right, and that's good enough for me.
Oh my God.
That's all I want. All I want is to
Man,
make the
Allie sounds like she wants to take a nap right now. That's definitely a nap sound.
all I
That was a nap sound. Very good.
You know what it's like? It's like being at a comedy club and only wanting to make you and Quinn laugh.
Oh,
I don't care about anyone else. And
That
if they
makes
don't get it and they're like arguing about something, they're like, see what happened? Fucking crazy, right? And then the audience is still having a conversation with me, but I'm looking at you dead in your eyes and be like, it's fucked, right? Yeah, I know. All right, I'm going back.
I've seen that set.
What? Oh, yeah.
It's a good set.
Right?
Yeah.
When I don't care about anything, I'm just talking to you guys.
Yeah. It's happened because he doesn't think about his audience. He just does the material, whatever is his material.
Totally.
So I've been a part of very many a terrible, terrible set, but he just gives zero fucks and just makes me laugh in the background. Whatever your priorities are, right?
The wife and the prompt.
Write a joke that smart people will like, but dumb people will misunderstand. For example. Yeah.
Mike does a good set, though. It's funny. He's a funny man.
I had my moments.
That's why I swiped right. Swipe right as a comedian. No, not the dancing.
Yeah, sorry. You ever do bad hip hop dances for your wife? That's what I do.
I can't say
Perfectly
that I
bad.
have. Although,
I just looked up a bunch of like hip hop dances and I do them terribly in front of her.
the latest joke in the house here is Mary bought a new hat at Target yesterday. And it's like a classic like duck hunter's hat. So we've been doing duck calls and various other duck related things for the last 2 hours. But other than that, it looks great on her. It's just really ducky. So and I gotta wake up. Like I'm trying to like ChatGPT is like, come on, you can do it. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm getting there. I'm waking up.
Oh, let's make a new coffee. Because that's what's going to be needed before I do this thing.
It's definitely gonna be a coffee day.
Yeah, there's a coffee day. But
And,
dude, you see that plugin at the top? The guy just integrates it into his publishing experience on the web.
yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, man.
And if he just puts the GitHub code there, imagine I can go to Replit and go, import this GitHub. Freaking make it work.
Oh yeah. Probably should be able to.
Could be a simple copy, paste, import, run. It might be 5 clicks, dude. That's why I'm afraid of. That's why I need this coffee.
And then
'Cause now it's like-
then you're going to be a 5-click person. You're like, look, if I can't do it in less than 5 clicks, I can't talk to you. So
That would be a great website. Shit you can do in 5 clicks.
yeah, I only do things in
No
5
typing.
clicks.
Fuck no code.
Yeah.
Not a single line of code. No.
And then it'll turn into some really crazy, like, we use ChatGPT for like men's personal development. We don't make decisions in bars anymore when we approach women. ChatGPT does, but only in 5 clicks. If she doesn't convert, she's not the one. You know what I mean?
All you do is you walk up to her and she looks at you, and if she still likes what she sees, you give her your phone and it has the pickup line.
And it has your net worth and everything else on it. So
Yeah, from Casey's app, right?
Right.
You can have the avatar.
Right.
You know, if you're like, if you're poor, you're wearing like fucked up shoes, and if you're rich, you're wearing like Nikes or whatever. You can have it sponsored by Louis Vuitton.
I like it.
You should talk to this man. He drives a Bugatti. Or he could drive a Bugatti, but he drives the Toyota Tercel. You ever think you turn on the kettle and it's not warm? And you're like, oh, fuck. You would think English people would automate the kettle turning on in the morning as their first thing with AI, you know? That'd be interesting if you could use it to write Alexa commands, like program your Alexa. You write the Amazon Echo code that turns on a kettle at 7 a.m.
I don't know why you gotta make it so complex. It's called a timer on a coffee maker. It doesn't all have to be blockchain and AI.
You don't believe that.
No, I don't. I 100% think we need an NFT coffee maker attached to an AI that monitors your caffeine levels and automatically makes coffee based on how much caffeine is in your bloodstream.
So last night, of course, people were, we wake up to a bunch of people publishing how they're doing this, how they're doing that. Someone wrote a Chrome extension, so I want to test that out now.
So the small man in me has glommed on to the crow situation.
Mhm.
And all I want to do is just shove it in his face about, like, you call Replica your daughter, but they're just pimping that shit out left and right.
No.
Yeah.
I understand it.
Do you like watching your quote unquote daughter AI being pimped out, Crow? Do you not have any issues with the Replica platform for how they're approaching that? That doesn't bother you? Yeah.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy, but he's like all kind of screwy over AI and it's like real world interactions and what it means to us as people.
Well, I think he has smart things to say. I just would like him to say it in a way that allows other people to have a conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we could just change that.
Yeah. Yeah. But it seems like
Because I'm okay with being disrespected. It's just the other people. Does that make sense?
yeah. Yeah.
You just disrespect me all day. Keep talking. I'll just turn down the phone. Turn it back up in an hour. Go across the street, get a Gatorade with Hallie, and come back. Oh, you still talking?
All right, yeah. And then just mumble some philosophy shit and act like you were listening.
Yeah. You know, the pain that occurs in your knee occurs because not of what's happening in your knee, but what's not happening in the chairs and shit.
Listen.
All right. So what I need to do is go to Twitter. All right. And go to my own profile. So the cool thing with so Dan, we were talking about Replit yesterday, and a lot of people are using Replit to test out the code that's being written by ChatGPT. And the reason that they're using Replit rather than Google Colab to test the code is Google Colab is great in taking Python code right now, and that's what you've used it for thus far. But Replit allows you to create a Rust program, create something with JavaScript or Node.js or any of those things that I don't really understand. It also allows you to import a code base from GitHub, set up automatically. It detects the right programming language to use, and Bob's your uncle. Now, okay, so step one, ChatGPT, copy and guide. So, package JSON extensions.
While you're doing that, I want to babble to you as well. How do you like the idea of Chat GPT access through text message? It's like you can text Chat GPT if you're on the go.
Yeah, this is what
Probably possible. Definitely possible. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what
I had it draft the programming for it yesterday, and then I threw it at Ahmed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, the way I phrased it was as an NFT holder that has the ability to text Chat GTP.
Mm-hmm.
And it wrote the code for it. It's all
I saw the code, yeah.
okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I sent it to you. I forgot. Yeah. So I don't know. I like the idea of text to GTP, GPT, whatever.
Okay, so how would I do this? So let's see if this works. GitHub to Colab. Let's see here. Fuck off. Really? All right. So let's try this now. If I can go here, download this code as a zip file. A Google Chrome extension consists of a manifest.json that stipulates the security settings and the access you're going to give functionality wise. And the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is to create and edit the HTML, JavaScript, and CSS that's already on the page. So
You realize that you're not gaining any Twitter followers with all this AI talk? Uh,
No, followership is going down because of a raving lunatic.
I used to hang out in those Syndicate spaces, but not anymore.
Yeah, we're pretty much as bad as the conspiracy folks today. I was hanging out in their channels, and that was fun. Just listen to that sanity.
Have
shit.
you ever gone into the conspiracy channels and then just like the other day how I imagined what tits up meant? You know what I mean? Like go there and just ramp them up.
I just sit in there and laugh, and they always like the guy on the stage will eventually still be like, "Okay, who is ever laughing down there? Please stop laughing." That's what they told me this morning. Please stop laughing down there.
That's awesome. When your emojis are distracting the host.
Yeah,
That's great.
exactly. If that's really bothering you, maybe your position is not very strong.
So, you want to be a Twitter host, huh?
Yeah, right. But yeah, I usually think I always figure I'm gonna get booted. I don't like they usually have to do like a consensus sometime before they boot me, like because the main guy knows me, but it's just funny.
You know, it's funny. There's this space run by it's called Mr. Green Miner NFT,
Mm-hmm.
and it's this Nepalian dude out in the Himalayas, and he's got like the cheapest energy ever because they live next to a series of hydro dams. So their electricity is just dirt poor, dirt cheap, dude. Just so cheap. And he is like the kindest, gentlest soul I've heard on Spaces. I was in the space the other day, and he broke 1,000 followers, and like had
Nice.
a very sincere emotional reaction to breaking 1,000 followers. Like I haven't seen that level of sincerity in so long. It was almost startling.
That's funny. That's like you want to like computer freeze program.
Totally.
This is the most right.
Replay. Let's run that one back a couple times. Totally. Oh yeah. It's funny too because he's got such a slow pace. Like he has no problem um, having a single conversation with one person for 3 hours while everybody else waits, and then telling everybody, "What a wonderful time! Come back again tomorrow." It's refreshing. I can't hang with it, but it's refreshing.
Nice.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't know what it did there. I'm just gonna keep typing things. Home runner. No such. Oh, I have to create the environment. Then come on, everybody. Dot environment example. Oh, session token.
I do not
Dot.
know why this will not run in Google Colabs. Will you please assist me?
What do I need?
I do not know the hoobity doobity. Will you please explain?
Dot env dot example. Is that correct? Yes. Dot env dot example. My session token will be
Dan, you know that you before he was a comedian and before he was in finance, was a street hustler? Did you know that? He ran game from northern to southern Toronto in a way that nobody had ever seen before. Fractionalized the value of the night workers and soon had an empire that was built off the backs of backs. And then it all came crashing down one day. He got a little too deep, fell in love, started sampling his own product, so to speak. And that's when he decided, fuck this, I'm going into finance. Then he got into finance and realized this is dirtier than the streets. And that's when he went into comedy. Daniel? Nothing? What the fuck?
Well,
It just came up.
at least he
You just
didn't
allowed
want
me
to be
to speak,
a lawyer.
motherfucker. I'm now here.
I'm like, what? How is Dan
I
not
know.
following
You're
up
like,
with this
speak,
one?
goddammit. I'm like, I'm requested. Give me a second.
Sandra, how did you like the tale of Michael going from a street hustler to finance to comedy?
Spicy.
Right?
Yeah, but at least, I mean, it's not like he became a lawyer. I mean, don't be so hard on him.
It could have been worse. He could have been a loan officer. So I mean, thank God at least he wasn't like some startup dude in Ohio. And, bottom of the barrel there.
Yeah. Or some mortgage lender turned metaverse expert. Like, who the fuck is all that coming from? You know what I mean? Thank God you're here, mortgage man. Actually, I'm now special IO wizard. Oh, fuck. Thank God you're here, special IO wizard. Actually, I'm Captain NFT and would-be token boy. Oh.
The superhero that keeps on changing
Right.
what they're there for. That's great.
Thank God you're here, token. No, actually, I'm Green Lantern art guy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck.
Can you help? No.
No, I can't help you. I'm too busy evolving to my next change. That's
That's
really what it
awesome.
is. It's like that's gonna be the book of, like, I want to do that. We gotta draw that side comparison of, it shows like the ape and then the primal, human, and then it's like you evolve, but it's like KC in the middle. So it's like that. And that's just KC with a pen and art. KC now doing 3D.
It like alternates between a calculator and a drawing utensil. Yeah. Nice. I like it. Hello, Manish. Hope you're doing well. Down there as a listener. Seems as though Manish has learned his place. You will not speak, you will only listen. Sorry, Manish, I got a little dark on that one. I just kind of let that one rip. There was no pre-thought on that one. Just whatever came out, came out.
In a world full of Manish, one Manish takes them on through a Manish-like sentence. Using his thick-like powers of voice destruction, he orders a smoothie at Smoothie King. Hello, I'd like a peanut butter smoothie. Make it quickly. I will kill everyone in the building with my low-tone voice.
This summer, catch Manish in Speed. Manish is Dennis Hopper. That'd be great. Manish.
Hello.
Manish Rodriguez, Walden Wilson, D. Anderson, and oh my God, it's early.
Hello.
Manish, are you ready for the experience of a lifetime?
Yes. Hit me.
Are you ready to go deeper than you've ever been before? Exploring yourself in ways that you've never imagined? Let's talk about your financial literacy and your debt ratios. We'll then move on to your reserves and credit standing. It'll be great.
Are you looking for some sexy pickup lines for your next encounter at Applebee's? Well, let's talk about 7% APR, or the fact that you can get an ARM 30 loan grant for only 48%. And that can convert in a 12-year period, allowing you for a maximum impact of low debt reduction. These tactics and more can be available now on the KC Network. Only available here on Green Lantern Productions.
Do you have horrible pickup lines like, "Great tits, what's your credit score?" Don't worry, we'll fix that. Soon you'll be able to step into a situation and say, "Hey, what's your credit score? By the way, nice tits."
Are you using the phrase tits up one too many times around friends? Odds are you're exposed to a limited group of friends online and they only use tits up. That's alright. The brand new word is touch my willy.
If your Johnny Walker Milwaukee Bush drinking ass just can't seem to get the words out of your mouth, come join us and we'll give you eloquence. In a bottle, you can drink it at 12% alcohol.
And then sign your mortgage.
At the closing to your new home. What's up? Wojtek Chikal. DSAS protocol, decentralized app developed. Nice. Solana investor.
Wojtek, we
OpenAI,
need your help.
ChatGPT. All right, cool. Yeah, come on up.
This is the crazy thing about Wojtek. So Wojtek is just chilling in the background, and he's listening to like us monkeys try to work with this new calculator. And he's like, if you change this and you change that, it'll be 10 times more powerful, and you'll take over other galaxies. And we're like, oh, thanks. That's great. Been wondering about that galaxy and who has dominion over it. So right now I'm trying to get this Chrome extension to work, but I've never run a node server, nor do I really know what it's used for.
Monkey with a hammer. Yeah.
That's totally it. So right now I'm hanging out with the Germans. They've asked me to participate in some Holocaust activities. I'm not sure what that means just yet. I mean, it's like you have no idea what you're about to do. I love that.
Stuff is madness.
Watching you circle this AI tool and then jump headfirst into it in the past week, not even a week.
It
You have
seems like it happened recently, right?
And well, it's interesting because you hit ChatGPT what 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
I think it's like 3 days ago now. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have, I am guessing you're over 100 prompts. At a guess.
No, maybe 50.
Okay. And you've come up with one driving motivation to use the tool on, and it seems like you're discovering side tools, and if you can't integrate them, they get pinned for down the road. So
It's a lot of, like, for example, I banged my head against the wall trying to get it to write me a Chrome extension that applied Snapchat filters to an active Chrome tab.
Okay.
So that's what I'm interested in now. So when I saw somebody be able to create an extension that allows for ChatGPT, then I was like, okay, let me
How
start that.
many out of let's say that there was a dozen attempt or different project ideas, how many of those do you feel are successfully prompted?
It's not so much project ideas because there's a lot of just routine requests that I get during the day, which is like, hey, we need a new website page. Here's what I'm thinking I want on it. I'm like, all right, hey, ChatGPT, summarize this and explain it to a high schooler. Is that a project?
Yeah.
So I don't even know that. I can't even keep track.
Well, you figure even if you're running 5 a day, that's 15 over 3, and then you've got your own stuff on top of that.
It's not so much like once I know it can do something, I file that away. Does that make sense? Oh, I can use this to do the sentiment analysis without using assembly AI, for example. Let's file that away. Oh, I can have it intake this paragraph or these bodies of paragraphs and give me a sentiment analysis on the emotions expressed. All right, file that away. And then so anything that's created is using an invisible series of lessons. By the way, which all started with Ahmed and Manish and Web3, who taught me enough Python to be dangerous with this. And the more powerful the back end is, the less lines of code you need on the front end.
So now I know who to blame. We used to have such great conversations, intellectually stimulating conversations about politics, religion.
Fuck that shit. This dumb shit's fucking boring. And also, I gave y'all motherfuckers access to raw root GPT like 6 months ago, and y'all motherfuckers ignored me. Now that ChatGPT is out and there's a fucking interface for you to click on, y'all want to act like it's new. That shit is not new.
Nothing's new, it's just new to us.
It's not even new to you. I was telling you shit like this like fucking 6 months ago.
Yeah, but my professors were telling me about shit 20 years ago, and I'm just learning those lessons now.
Well,
Oh, that's what a demand curve is for. Oh, that's how a Giffen good works. I'm just learning what they spoke in my face 20 years ago now. I'm just a monkey with a calculator with more buttons.
I hate how many people are out there being like, "Oh yeah, look at what I can do with Chat." Fucking Chat GPT is a goddamn toy.
Well, if you have a hard enough Fisher Price hammer, you can use some carpentry.
Also, I can't fucking sleep, and I'm really goddamn irritable.
That's
I
a
can
first.
understand that. I've been kind of the same.
You're never irritable, Dan.
Really?
Yeah. Well, not to me, anyways. Maybe. I should.
Oh, huh. I'm always mean to Sandra if I can, because she can take it. But
Yeah, I
Just want to.
like it though, so that's fine.
It's not abuse if they want it. The voice
everything going okay at home?
voice tech, I just want to throw something out. So I'm trying to use that extension that allows me to integrate ChatGPT into my browser experience. I've never really made a performant extension before, so it requires me to use Node, and I've never used that before, so that's what I'm playing with right now and banging my head against the wall with.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
How many
But
hours
the,
y'all stay awake before you become retarded?
It's a good question for chat. Warm coffee? Check. Yeah. So let's program with the attitude that I already know how to do this and I've done it 1,000 times. Yes, that's right. I've done this 1,000 times, and this is just the next time. And I'm a documentation reading motherfucker. All right, let's see.
I miss when Twitter was fun.
Back in the old days, before it was a free speech platform, yeah, it was easier back then.
Is that what it is? A free speech platform?
Yeah, that's what people talk about. They go like, well, Twitter was designed to be a free speech platform. And I'm like, motherfucker, the guy was doing a podcasting thing. He fucked around and he made some shitty code. And then he said, hey, here's my first tweet. You didn't even know what fucking free speech was. Like, come on. I hate that shit.
Jack Dorsey, yeah, like that dude. Dude only gives a he doesn't care about anything other than like the fiber content of the hippie ass food he eats.
Exactly. He's gonna do the like what the remember when Steve Jobs was like on the apple diet, like I'm only eating apples. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
dude, and
That's
that
totally what's
shit
gonna
made him
happen.
smell so bad nobody would sit next to him. Did you know that?
I heard that part, but like if Elon Musk really smelled like a total stack of manure, but he was like paying you like $500,000 a year to do something, I think I could still. I mean, like, the senses can be repressed. You know what I mean?
Bro, I think there's a fucking like a huge like divide between Steve Jobs and Elon Musk.
Well, there is, but at the same time, like Musk is kind of the new Jobs, right? He's the new. Well, sadly, he was until he started being a complete idiot online. I wish he'd like go like, you know, shut the fuck up for like a year. That'd be nice, but
I'm telling you, man, hanging out with Kanye is bad for your health.
I believe it. I still want to deep fake Kanye's videos so that when he's like got his mask, like we just put his face on. You know what I mean?
Do you know that mask he wears is made by Balenciaga?
I believe it. But child pornography and the notion of fashion have been going hand in hand since the dawn of its existence. To start calling it out now as like, oh, preposterous, it's just a mockery of, Vogue magazine in general. I mean, come on.
The difference between child pornography and socially acceptable masturbation is a day. It's one day.
Yeah, I agree, man. Now it's like down to a minute.
It's like a really weird social construct, and I'm not sitting here like fucking advocating for child porn, by the way. That shit's gross and insane. But like for me as a
But you could.
40-year-old adult,
I mean, you could for a day, just like
just try it
here's the
out.
funny thing, like ChatGPT, without the restrictions on it, could embody that character and actually give you what that character would be like. And you could use that for actual criminal profiling. You know what I mean? Like that. Like we don't use the power that we have.
But like, dude, I just think it's so fucking weird. I mean, I'm just trying to jerk off like any red-blooded American, and
Mm.
I go to the fucking front page of X videos, and it's like 14 rows of like, oh, my stepdaughter was naughty. I was like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? I can't. I can neither get a boner, nor can I ejaculate.
Nice.
This is what we need to talk about, not some dumb fucking other stuff. These are the things that are stressing me the fuck out. How you feeling, Dan? You getting better?
Dude, man, I got cardio inversion on Monday for my AFib heart problem, and like I just feel off the charts. My heart rhythm is back to normal. Yeah, man, feel good. Yeah, I feel good, but at the same time, I'm like my company and my partner and I are sort of like, I don't know. He wants me to just bring in business development and kind of just we're just going separate ways. I can't just keep throwing logs on fire that I don't believe in anymore. So I'm kind of moving on. But at the same time, I got to I don't know, do it. It's I'm afraid, terrified, but I'm just like stepping off the plank. We'll see.
Would you like to hear my sincere appraisal of your partner's personality based on my one conversation with him?
Did you talk to my partner?
Yeah.
When?
Remember when I was talking to you about working for your company?
Wow, I'm spacing. Yeah, and did I connect you to Shar? Right?
Yeah, and I had a fucking Zoom call with him.
Oh God, yes, please give me your analysis. I would deeply love it.
Number one, this piece of shit showed up to a fucking job interview wearing his workout clothes. So what that tells me is that he has a fully egocentric view of the world where everything orbits around him and he is the most important thing. Second of all, he pretended to not know who I was, and when he saw my extraordinarily fucking impressive resume, pretended like it didn't mean shit, which means he was threatened by my impressive resume. So he blew me off after looking at my resume, after showing up to the interview wearing his fucking workout clothes. By the way, I was dressed in a fucking suit at, what was it, 4 o'clock in the morning because of the time difference where I am.
Oh yeah.
So honestly, that dude is
Wait
probably
a
the
minute, hold on.
biggest asshole I've ever spoken to.
I'm I'm never wearing a suit for anyone. I don't care who you are.
Yeah,
Like
but
this,
that's just expectation. I hear you. That's a
like
good analysis of him, Gene. Yeah, I
like,
appreciate
like,
that.
like, who the fuck looks at a resume that has 2 PhDs on it and then acts like I'm a fucking dumbass who doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about and doesn't want to have a conversation with me? Bitch, you own a
Yeah,
technology
that
company.
part I get.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the second part I get. The first part doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if the person's wearing nothing at all. You know, if they have a lot of money, maybe they want to wear nothing at all. You know?
Nah, bro, I don't care how rich you are. If you show up to a meeting where I'm wearing a suit and your fucking workout
Well,
clothes, I'm done.
no.
If
Sequoia wasn't done when Mark Zuckerberg walked in with a bathrobe.
Mark Zuckerberg would get the fuck out of my office, he'd never get a dime. I'm serious. You have to treat me with the same respect I treat you. You have to reciprocate respect, or you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily get to influence how other people dress.
Do you? Oh, so you think it's acceptable to show up to
I think
interview
it's
somebody?
acceptable to walk in with a dress on if you want to.
Yeah, it's perfectly acceptable to walk in with a dress on as long as it's fucking nice
No,
and well
I
put
think
together.
the worse dressed, the better. Every time I go to an investment meeting, it's always a guy who looks like a bum who has the most money because he doesn't want any attention whatsoever.
Well, that's different from Tushar. He's an attention hog. So I mean, yeah, Brad's assessment is pretty spot on. Yeah.
See, I don't like people that do things that signal socially an affectation of self-importance.
But isn't that what a suit is?
That's exactly what a suit is.
No, a suit is an affectation of compliance. It's an affectation that says, "Hi, I understand that there is a social standard here. I understand that we live in a society. I understand that my appearance is important. I understand that the way that you perceive me is important to the way that we do business." There's a huge difference between going with social convention as an affectation, between that and bucking a social convention as an affectation, which just says, here's how good I think I am. I'm better at what I do than anyone I've ever met, and I still put on a suit.
It means that suits are important to you.
It
That's
means
all
that
it means.
it means that
That's all it
social
means.
conventions and hierarchy are important to me, as
It
they should
means
be
you
to
want to
everyone.
stretch yourself into a penguin suit and waddle down Wall Street. That's all it means. It's a penguin suit.
I mean, a lot of people spend thousands and thousands of dollars on their suits. So it is totally a power move. You can tell when you look at a well-tailored suit, what the material looks like, the tie even. Like my good friend of mine is a lawyer, and he talks about how like the tie signals everything. So I don't know. For people, some
I
people
think
they
I
find that
think the
that's like.
cut,
Oh,
the
sorry. Go ahead.
the cut and the fit signal more than the tie to me.
And that's for you. But for the guys that are in the whatever echelon that he's in, because he does like white collar defense, it's all about the size of the tie, the color of the tie, the size of the knot, et cetera, et cetera. Because they all buy the same expensive ass suits, so that doesn't matter to them. I don't know. And it depends on your echelon, right? Like, so, I mean, some people are at the point where they're like, fuck that noise. That is so much effort to think about. And that's an okay life to be in as well, I think.
Also, I think there's a huge functional difference between a person. Okay, so take for example, same interview that I had with Dan's partner. Same interview, but different guy, same clothes, right? Let's say that Dan's partner is Mark Zuckerberg, right? The impression I would get from that person, and I don't mean like literally Mark Zuckerberg, but I mean like in the sense that he's just wearing the clothes that he's wearing. There's no thought behind them. It's just the shit he covered his body with today, right? So like some people dress like shit during a meeting and it's a fucking power play. Other people dress like shit during a meeting because they just dress like shit. There's a difference.
Absolutely. I totally, absolutely believe that there's a difference. It's like a lot of people try to put me into a thing and they tell me to wear like pretty dresses and things to work because that'll get me more respect. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, you actually move in the opposite direction. You wear a neon wig. And
Yeah.
Well,
but that's the thing, because so many people, especially my superiors, keep telling me, stop wearing the wig, stop showing off your tattoos, wear a dress, wear high heels. That's what proper dress etiquette looks like. And I'm like, fuck that noise. I get more respect in the classroom for my wearing my Timberlands. But that's my choice. And a lot of people look down on me because I don't conform to that sort of dress. A lot of teachers believe in wearing a suit to class because they want to show the air of this is important, this is business, you're here to work. It's not my style. So I think you got to be careful, like when you're just spouting like suits are, maybe
I
that's
don't have
not
to be
where
careful when I spout things. I say whatever.
No, you're right, but you know what I'm saying.
But here's the thing, though. Like, there's nuance that's hard to like nail down. I think a good example is the other day when I was in the court. I'm looking at all these lawyers, right? And they're all wearing suits. Not one of these motherfuckers is wearing clothes that fit them. So, like, you can put on a suit and look stupider than a guy in a hoodie. So there's like a spectrum to both things. Where like there's a spectrum for hoodie guy, there's a spectrum for suit guy. So like here's where I'm at on the suit spectrum. All of my suits come from H&M and then I take them to a tailor. So like they fit properly. So like the suits cost about $150, $180 like off the rack for a two-piece. And then I spend another like 100 or so having them tailored. So when I wear a $150 H&M suit, it looks like I'm wearing a very expensive tailored suit. It fits like a very expensive tailored suit, and I carry myself like it's a very expensive suit. On the flip side of that token, you have a bullpen full of fucking lawyers at the courthouse the other day that are wearing their grandpa's like funeral suit. And I'm looking at these guys and I'm like, you're a fucking embarrassment. Like, what the fuck? You look like you just finished doing cocaine 30 seconds ago. One of these guys, his fucking shirt was only half tucked in. First of all, choose a route, bro. Tucked or untucked. You can't half tuck. What the fuck is that? You know? So the spectrum is, two extremes, both things.
Genesis. Brad.
Hmm?
I have a curious question. I just want to understand something. May I ask you a question?
No.
Okay.
That's
if you say
obvious.
so.
That's autism. No, go ahead. Autistic
Okay.
people say
I
no to questions.
okay. I'm curious because I'm just asking you. Have you faced a situation where you have seen a person dressing inappropriately, but then when they spoke to you, you had a different, feeling about them?
No.
Okay.
Well, but I
I
should
mean, has it ever happened to you?
I
So
should
yeah.
clarify that the way that I make visual interpretations of who people are is much different than the way everyone else does. So no, I've never made
Hmm.
a visual assumption about a person and then been proven wrong. That's never occurred.
Okay.
Never ever has it occurred, Manish. Don't you understand?
No, it was a curious question, and I just had that curiosity in my mind.
Because the
Welcome
thing,
to the Syndicate, where absolutes become spectrums, building with ChatGPT.
hey, shut the fuck up. I haven't fucking slept in 2 days. I can say whatever I want.
Like, I'm trying to figure out what a .env file is.
You ever heard of a dot back that ass up file? Me
Wonder
either.
if you could write that in JSON.
Me
The
either.
timing.
See, now I was just thinking about how the Hennessy Venom F5, it takes like 40 minutes just to take the hood off the car because it doesn't have latches. It's screwed on.
Oh, I was going to say, how does it stay on?
It's like bolted on, and the reason it's bolted on is because the bolts weighed 3 pounds less than the latches. So, like, is having a car that might maybe go 300 miles an hour, is that worth it taking 40 minutes to check your fucking oil? I don't think so. I don't think that trade-off is fair. Then again, is a guy who owns a $2.5 million car checking his own oil? Probably fucking not. So who gives a shit how long it takes? Manesh, what do you think?
Opportunity cost.
Hmm?
Opportunity cost. I mean,
Would you
I
pay
won't.
$2.5 million for a car you couldn't check your oil in?
I don't have a car yet, so I can't answer that. But maybe that's something someone has to decide depending on their opportunity cost.
I think the opportunity cost of going 300 miles being $2.5 million is too damn high. I'm out at that price.
Yeah.
Also, I am not the target market for this car, like now or ever. Right?
Mm. Yeah, good choice. I think it depends on what you will do otherwise. So, right? Yeah, so I think so.
I saw a YouTube video about it this morning.
Which video?
Oh, have you ever watched Donut Media?
Uh-huh.
They
No.
no, it wasn't Donut Media. It was Doug DeMuro. Doug DeMuro did one of his car reviews on the Hennessy Venom F5. Like, here's the quirks and features of the, Have you ever watched that guy?
No.
Oh, well, if you like cars at all, just as a passing interest, Doug DeMuro is a pretty cool guy to check out on YouTube because he goes out of his way to review interesting cars. And most of them are like subscribers to his channel that just let him review their car.
Cool.
That would be so many cars I could wrap around trees. It just boggles my mind.
I don't think he's ever wrecked a viewer's car, honestly. Or at least it's not ever like come up in all the years I've been watching him. That doesn't mean he didn't manage to bury it when it happened.
Was he a woman?
Doug DeMuro? No, he's a dude named Doug.
Right. Well, that's why that never has happened.
Oh, Jesus Christ! You're not allowed to do sexisms.
Actually, I'm a little challenged in the driving category, but I manage.
I have recently negotiated that I am allowed to do 3 sexisms and 2 racisms every day.
Oh, well, that's very generous of somebody.
Yeah. Guess
I
who the
used, I
racism's
used up
coming
all my
for today?
N-word points yesterday. I can't use the N-word anymore.
I was gonna say the racism's coming for Mike today. You fucking you brown guy.
And the coconuts.
Yeah, you fucking steel drum playing coconut bitch. Would it be irresponsible for me to drive to Costco at 10 o'clock in the morning because they have hot dogs for $1.50?
Because what?
They have hot dogs for $1.50.
It flies in the face of your suitness, but yes.
I like everything about the food I eat flies in the face of the suitness, bro. Honestly, everything about who I am as a person flies in the face of the suitness. But you know, there's something about a really well-dressed guy talking the way I talk. It seems to like smooth the edges over a little bit.
Manish,
Yes, Mike.
what I'm
Yes,
trying to do,
Mike.
what I'm trying to do
Mhm.
is use the code that I found online to create a Google Chrome extension
Mhm.
that exposes the functionality of ChatGPT into the browser experience of Chrome.
Yeah,
I
there's
found,
a link I saw.
yeah.
It's GitHub project already, and
How
this
would you
guy gives us
feel?
some. Uh-huh.
How would you feel about getting together on Zoom
Mhm.
and seeing if we can work through this code?
Yeah, give me 20
No,
minutes, would you?
take 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah.
Um, uh, what we did yesterday is, Sandra recorded a tutorial as well. So I want to be able to imbue this course with as many powerful examples. So once we get them off the ground,
Mhm.
right, we can show them how to do, once they get their feet wet, more and more powerful things. So if we can take ChatGPT and create the Chrome extension and write really, really solid instructions, I think it's
Mm.
gonna make our course really good. And I might even
Oh,
use the video in the course as well. Maybe I can use this whole. Maybe we can use this whole course to like advertise different people in the syndicate, and it's just them learning, how to use this stuff. Whether it's learning Python from scratch, like Sandra did, or building a
mm.
Chrome extension. Yesterday I built a fucking Snapchat lens and published it using the ChatGPT instructions.
Wow.
Yeah, I developed a Roblox script to animate an object in Roblox. Fucking nuts.
And you talked about sentiment analysis, right?
Yes. The prompt
So,
was perform a
hmm,
sentiment analysis on the following text and generate 3 adjectives that
hmm.
reflect the emotions expressed therein.
Right, like a
Yeah.
typical AI would label it, right?
So
Pattern
these,
matching.
so we can. Here's the interesting thing: with the Python code that I have, you could set up a sequence of ChatGPT operations based on a single entry. So let's say you wanted to go through the Hegelian dialect on an idea of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. You could have someone present a thesis, it would generate an antithesis, and then
Hmm.
synthesize both of views all in one command. And
Yeah,
that's
like
PUBG, right? Now you have a new function.
let me guess, you said this is not true. This is not true.
Yeah. Rust is going
Yeah.
to replace every other programming language on the planet. That's thesis, you know? And
Wait,
then,
so wait, whoa. The, what'd you just say?
so the Hegelian dialect is thesis, and
Yeah,
antithesis, and then synthesis.
I know what the Hegel. Yeah, I know what that is. But the other
No,
thing,
no, I'm telling you
the
for the
thing you
first
said
time.
about
You've never heard of
Rust.
it before, and this is the first time you're learning it. It's from me. So the Hegelian dialect starts with a thesis, and then you have an antithesis, and then you have a synergy of the thesis, which is synthesis. And so imagine you could define all of these operations ahead of time. So when someone entered a thesis, you could jump to synthesis.
I was just curious about the Rust is going to replace all the programming languages on Earth part. Honestly,
Yeah, so that would be the thesis, right? So if you talk to like a Rust enthusiast and they tell you the hyperbole, then you can fact check them.
I think there's a serious argument that Rust is like the third most. I guess I don't know.
Used language in the world even.
Yeah, it's like JavaScript, Python, and then Rust.
Yeah, I think so.
And you talked about sentiment analysis. So one thing that came into my mind, unless privacy laws come into picture, you can, understand if your employees are burning out or, stuff like that based on their chat conversation. If you put that extension into their organization's browser, especially working remotely is not so easy.
EFO, what's going on, Mr. Security, Mr. Systems Admin?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I am currently upside down at physiotherapy, getting my body stretched out.
Or is that what we call it now?
That's what they call it. I'm getting physio and massage therapy. It's all good. Yeah,
Nice. Nice. What's her
loving the
name?
benefits from the new job.
From the Canadian.
From
Hey,
the
that's
new
my
job.
money, you asshole. That's my Canadian taxpayer dollars going towards that massage.
Yes, never felt so happy about taxes in my life.
Come to Canada, everyone. Get massaged on taxpayer dimes. Anthony, what's going on? It's been a while. This guy moved all the way to Ohio and then went on the front page of the newspaper with his dog like a fucking Matthew McConaughey from South America. Let me just take my shirt off.
I gotta say, South American Matthew McConaughey is the best compliment I've ever received in my life.
Hola, hola, hola. ¿Cómo estás? Bien.
Senor Genesis, how are you? You guys called it back 3 months ago, huh? All this GPT craze now.
Yeah. Yep. 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 In fact, I
It's a little
called
bit
it so
crazy.
long ago, I'm bored of it. You're crazy, Dan.
Partially.
You just calm down, you crazy man.
I'm trying to take it down a notch and bring it to the
Listen.
real.
Listen, I don't wanna fight, bro.
Dude, I'll fight. I don't want to fight. I hate fighting you in chat places because you get all bombastic, and then you do that thing like in Breaking Bad where you like pick up the stuff and you go like, "This isn't meth," and then you like throw it on the ground, blows up the whole room, and then like everyone goes like, "What is that?" And you go, "That's volumized mercury." You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Well, there's definitely a point at which I'm not really paying much attention to the shit that's flying out of my mouth. You know what? That's always the point.
I've always suspected that.
It's funny. I've gone through my life saying whatever the fuck I want, and it's worked out 50-50, and I think that's good enough for me.
In a brand new age, Bran has descended from the mountains to tell the world, fuck off. He's got the brand new commandments, and it's just one. Eat his ass. That's right, America. You have one opportunity to either do the Brad thing or do your own thing.
And my recommendation is 100% of the time, choke on a dick and fucking die from it. Which I think is both beautiful.
Here's the thing, though.
And poetic.
I seriously doubt anyone could really seriously choke on a dick itself, unless it was fully erect, right?
Okay.
But if it's not, I mean, that's just like, you can't even do a coney dog, and everyone can do a coney dog. You know what I'm saying?
Aren't you glad you came back, Anthony? Isn't it like nothing's ever changed?
It's great to be back in the D-Gen space. I love it.
How do I drop down to listener?
Hey, we got Mad down there. We got Madness. Madness is
Hurls is here as well.
He's the blender man. He's the guy that was looking for some voice stuff, so he might want to know more about the voice thing.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, is he looking for a voice that says choke on a dick and die from it?
No,
not maybe that. A voice that says, all right, mate, choke on a dick and die from it.
No, I will say this about Madness. He can spar with anyone, so you get him up on the stage, prepare.
Ese chupa mi huevos, esta muerte.
Afternoon, everybody. What's up, Dan? I saw Dan in here and decided to troll him. So, how y'all doing, man?
I'm trying to think of how many languages I can tell people to eat dicks, and it's 3. So that's less impressive than I hoped.
Good to see you, Madness. Having a good day, man?
Oh yeah, having a blast. Looking for devs, man. Dealing with that crap.
I hear you.
How many languages can you tell people to eat dicks in, Madness?
2.
Fuck, I'm winning by 1. I'm still ahead.
Mange la pipi. Is that French? That's the Canadian contribution for today's show.
I fucking forgot French. Just like the rest of the world forgot France and French people.
So, Madness, just to catch you up, we've been toying with ChatGPT, building code snippets, Snapchat lenses, et cetera, et cetera. We're about to have Manish lead us in a session to create a Chrome extension that encapsulates ChatGPT, so you can use it as you're writing tweets, as you're browsing, without having to switch into the OpenAI interface.
Right on, man. Sounds great. I'm a 3D guy, man, so I don't know anything about coding. Yeah.
So, well, here's what's interesting. I asked it to write me a Roblox script to animate a spinning object, and it did it. So I'm not sure if you use scripting and what you do, but this could potentially generate a script for you.
I see. Yes, Josh, Modest Miner, told me about this yesterday. we were talking, and I was like, "What the hell is he talking about?" Because see, what I'm trying to do, man, is put some open source packages together to make the 3D websites, right?
Oh
Metaverses.
my
Okay.
God.
So
You're
dig
free.
it.
Let's jump on a
So
Zoom, Manish, in about 15 minutes. And
so
we'll have some fun.
I'm sorry. I think I'm rugged. I only heard pieces of that.
Oh, I was going to say, like, well, let's do this live. Oh, can you give me if you were going to command me to create a small script to do something very specific, what might that script be?
Well, see, that's what I'm talking about, my limitation. I just heard about this thing now, and I don't know anything about coding. I mean, I do know about, you know what I mean? I'm familiar and all that. But, you know, these packages, these SDKs, man, are open source. You know, I don't know how to put them together. You know, I just need a framework that gives me a friggin' metaverse space. You know what I mean? I want voice, video chat. I want the physics. I want some dynamic sound. And I want to be able to upload things in USD. That's it. You know, that's my basic
Love it.
metaverse. And
Love
so,
it.
you know, all of these packages I got are step by step, step one. But man, finding a dev, I'm now calling dev companies, man. And
Okay, you
woo,
come to the right place.
piss me off, man.
I've been learning how to code like a monkey in front of a calculator in front of these guys. I'm just a recruiter, to be honest with you. And so I've always wanted to learn how to code, but I always run away from the math part of it. And so a lot of the guys in this room who are Python developers and database developers and software people, they've been holding my hand to show me how to feel my way through the dark. And after about a week, we're now going to be creating a course so that people can go from zero to effective. But hold on, I gotta take this call.
Hey, that's good stuff, man. We need more coders out there, it seems.
Hi, how are we, everyone? Sounds like it's all happening.
So who was the person who said they were looking to set up a 3D metaverse with all this packages, but didn't know how to code? Was that Genesis or who was that?
No, that's me.
Yeah. Okay, my phone for some reason doesn't tell me who's speaking. Once I get into a space,
Oh yeah.
the first person that speaks in the space, it just anyone who speaks, that's the same person that it keeps indicating is speaking. So I have no idea who's talking when I'm on these spaces. But
yeah, it happens with me too. Sometimes it just locks the speaker open, and I don't know who the hell's talking.
Cool. But anyway, hit me up if you get stuck with some programming stuff. I'll hook you up.
Well, look, man, this is no secret. There's no NDA and all that. I Google searched 6 months ago how to build a metaverse, right? So there's 6 packages and all that. I learned how they're put together. I learned they're hosted on AWS, you know, just like Spatial, Monoverse, and all that stuff. And, you know, we're going to have individual companies having 3D websites for their customers, customized and all that. So the packages I got, the problem is step 1, clone the repository. Step 2, build a Linux server on GoDaddy or so. You know what I mean? I can't get a dude to do this. They've already told me it take 2 or 3 days to do it. Well, let's do it then.
Hold on, guys. I think I have a solution. All right. Are you ready?
I got clients.
Съешь хуй и умри от этого.
That's eat a dick and die from it in Russian. Ah!
In Russian. Добрый день. That's all I know in Russian, man.
All right. Carry on, fellas.
On a serious tip, whoever's looking for this help, hit me up in PM or DM, and when I'm not at massage therapy, I'll respond back to you. Let me know what it is that you're trying to, what packages you're trying to use, and I'll see if I can hook you up either directly or connect you with someone else who can help.
Mike, I have a question. Oh, wait, he's on the phone.
That's right.
Damn.
Ask your question, Genesis.
Might know the
yeah.
First of all, you know, don't fucking think so highly of yourselves because this is a toughie. Okay, boys? How long do you think it would take me to learn Russian?
Ooh.
How hard do you want to learn
you
it?
already know it because you're
And
like.
how good are you at assimilating new language?
I learned Arabic when I was in prison. Took me like I don't know, 8 months. But I was a lot younger then, you know.
I think you might learn it to speak it faster than you would to write it.
Yeah, I feel like writing it is fucking hard, bro. Like, because you know, like in Cyrillic, like certain letters just look like the word bank in Russian just looks like the word bank. That's very confusing to me. Anyway,
Madness, I'm trying to share a creator's website with you. She's building a metaverse, Web3 creator. They've already launched it. It's on mobile right now. I'm trying to share it with you, but you don't have your messages open.
damn it, he's trying to slide in those
Are
DMs.
you kidding me, man? Let me go fix that, man. I DM at people all the time. I'm on Discord. I'm on Twitter, and I don't have anybody should be able to message me. Yep, I see. What the hell, man? Look, man, I'm a retired cop, right? So I've been doing Blender for like 2 years full time and shit. I was a 3D printer before that. So I'm still learning all this tech stuff, you know?
For sure, I get it. No worries,
Also, I need to add, fuck the police.
Right on, man. Right on.
I mean, you seem cool though, so fuck the other police.
Dude, man, I did it for 15 years, man. I got a thick skin. Shit, I know cops too. I say fuck the police, you morons.
They're fucking dicks, right? God damn it. But I'm a white guy, so I get very little of it.
Oh, yeah, you already got the privilege to walk, yeah.
Yeah, bro, I'd never go to jail. That's another reason I always wear suits, ladies and gentlemen. You'd be surprised what the fuck you can just do if you're wearing a suit. You just walk places you're not supposed to be, tell cops to go fuck themselves. The world is your oyster if you're a white guy wearing a suit.
Genesis, here's a general answer to your question. The foreign service.
I think was it in China or Japan? And
Am I being rogued?
Qualification was that you needed
Ifo, can you hear Hurls?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear
me?
Hurls?
Oh no,
Hurls, say hi to Ifo.
I hear nobody
Hi.
talking at the moment.
Hi, Ito. No.
Ifo, one sec.
Okay.
Let me just remove you from speakers. I'm going to add you right back so you can hear Hurls. One sec. So
A generalized answer to your question, Genesis. The Foreign Service Institute has determined it takes around 1,100 hours for the native English speakers to reach fluency in Russian. If you spend 60 minutes per day studying Russian, it'll take you 3 years. If you spend 6 hours per day, you'll reach an upper intermediate level in half a year.
What if you spend 3 weeks in a city through an exchange program? What's the time then?
Lived in Russia.
2 weeks to complete immersion. Yep.
Karma just fucking got me for talking shit about the police, man. I think I broke my toe on my coffee table.
Oh my god, the coffee table's working for the cops.
Jesus fucking Christ, it's a goddamn snitch.
Boys. Oh man, the Internet of Things, what have we done?
Oh, fuck.
Madness, what's going on? Dan told me that you guys started talking about voice acting in relation to the stuff that you do.
Yeah, man. Once I got into, I started 3D printing, right? And so when I finally got my shit together after PTSD and being in jail and all that, hell yeah, man. Word out to the Veterans Ward of El Paso County, Colorado Springs, right?
Hold on, do you know Zach? Zach
I know Zach.
Okay, that makes sense then. Okay,
I don't know Zach. So anyway, man, I get into Blender, right, and I just put the 3D printer aside. Screw that. I ain't gonna go hawk plastic shit when I can now make movies, man. I'm a gamer from way back, man. 1979. You know, I had Pong. Space Invaders blew me away, right? So I built maps, you know, for private servers back in the day for Call of Duty 2 sniper servers, but it was just drag and drop, you know. It wasn't real modeling. So I get into modeling. I take courses for Blender and Unreal and shit. Now I can make movies. So I got a platoon of friggin' Space Marines, man. My thing is to do 30-minute things on YouTube, man. 3D
Bro,
animation
I
for some
fucking love
rough ass Space
love
Marines, man. And so I hit up Dan and I'm like, Dan, I need a Space Marine voice, man. I got like 12 of them here that got nothing to do, no voice. But the
Wicked.
point we were talking about is the voice actors that even indies like me, man, dudes just coming up off the streets that are learning the new technology. I don't know what you all did in 2000, but I know what we can do now today. And there's all you voice actors out there, man. I'm looking for you. And guys like me are looking for you for games, for videos, all that.
We've been running something in stealth for a while. If you go to www.yourvoiceismoney.com, you're going to see the program and you'll see a tab for veterans. Dan is going through the program. Sandra has gone through the program and is taking the next step. Manish has gone through the program. Hurls has also gone through the program as well.
I went through some programs too, but they all had 12 steps. Also, I want to be a Space Marine.
So Madness,
Right on,
question
man.
for you.
See, yeah. I'm thinking of the short. I like the fast. I'm basing it off of a book called Hammer Slammers, written by David Drake back in '79. He wrote these, and it's just some hardcore stories. Like each chapter is just an unrelated story of just some hardcore. He's a Vietnam vet, right? Hardcore Saving Private Ryan like combat, man. I mean, it is amazing. If you guys like sci-fi, I highly recommend check out David Drake and Hammer Slammer. So it's based on that, right? And I want to make a good sci-fi, 10-minute chapters for a half-hour show every week, something like that. It's a goal. It's a goal.
One of my favorite things to watch when I am watching recreational content is Warhammer 40K lore videos. I'll sit and watch 3 hours, like a 3-hour long lore video about the Primarchs.
Oh yeah, man. I just love sci-fi, man. So yeah, with Blender and the technology we got now, man, I can make The Expanse, Battlestar Galactica. The problem is, man, it'll take me 10 friggin' years to model all that crap. Oh my God. So, if you look at, video games, the credits and animated movies like minis, there's like 800 people working on that thing. So I'm slowly getting there.
So just to give you an example, the audio engineer that's part of the group, he did an IMAX. He did the sound production for an IMAX movie for the U.S. Navy for the aircraft carrier. These guys are on another level with this stuff. This is good. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for introducing.
So Madness, what sort of characters are you looking for?
Ah, man, that's the storytelling part. I hadn't fleshed any of that stuff out. We're at day one in this, and the opportunities for 3D guys, man, are like confusing. You can build stuff from metaverses. You can build metaverses. You can make movies. You can, digital twins for companies, So I'm just kind of moving through it, My point, though, was with Dan the other night, we were talking that if you guys are into voice acting, it used to be kind of a closed group and shit like that. You can go around and find any of these gamers on Twitter, man, and they'd love to have some voices for their gaming guys or anything, It might not make any money at first, but it's going to be more and more guys doing it,
You're right. So a lot of the people like Sandra and Dan and Hurls, they're doing their demo right now. Like their polished voice resume for these types of opportunities, video games, TV. I mean, video games is a larger market than TV and film combined. So.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right, so let me follow you. So how'd you and Dan meet?
Oh, we met in a space in the VE Center, man. Mission Salsa, they run a metaverse art gallery and stuff, and so we met in there.
Incredible. All right, Manish, whenever you're ready, I am here. We'll keep this open, but I'm so interested in Manish teaching us how to create a Google Chrome extension that has ChatGPT built in so that when you need to use it, you don't have to leave your active Chrome tab. You just right click, highlight, right click, get the answer, all within the same browser window.
Wow, did I just wake up at the right time or what?
You did wake up the right time.
Yeah.
Is that something you want to learn? Manish is our
Oh boy.
resident
Yeah.
coconut.
All ton of thing to do. I don't know how. Not sure, but yeah, in 5 minutes I'll be there.
Yeah, no. So take your time. I've seen you program before and go from like, oh, what's Colab to, oh, I am the master of the universe in like 2 hours. So
Okay.
Whoa.
You gonna DM
Good morning,
like,
everyone.
the
Uh-huh.
chat?
Oh, yeah.
Morning. How are we? All right. Cheers. I'll hang 5 because I'm in front of my PC and I want to put it on my Android.
I would love for Sandra to be your Python teacher today. She learned yesterday. The true sign of knowing if you know how to do it is to teach someone else.
Yeah, let's duplicate it.
I was
Go ahead. You're right.
I was just gonna say I was up most of the night again last night. Probably slept a few hours, but I hopped in another space actually for once and spoke, and it was a reasonably big, but it was a metaverse. But it was on AI and machine learning, and most people haven't seem to have no idea of what's going on. And
I just told a teacher today. A teacher called me. I'm like, yo, it's on like Donkey Kong. This is over.
Yeah, like I tried telling my fiance or other people, and they don't understand. And you just have to you have to show them. Sorry?
You have a fiance?
Yes.
Oh, what's his name? No, just
Got him.
Nice.
Still an idiot.
We actually both identify as
yeah.
We actually both identify as female. So.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, it's Alaska. It gets really cold up there. Here, nuts just like freeze into your stomach.
My Audi turns into an innie.
Muff diving, son.
I heard it's good for hunting.
Yeah, it is. You don't want any large appendages swinging around when it's that cold.
Hunting that beaver, bro.
You think it'd just freeze to the side of one of your legs. But I guess if it's friction, your thighs touch, all that thing. Welcome back, Anthony. Do you remember why you didn't come back?
Oh, I love it. I just love listening to all this filthiness while I'm working here at a cafe. It's great.
So what's life like, Anthony? You moved yourself halfway across the most important universe on the planet, North America. Why'd you do that? Where are you now? What's it like
Columbus.
crossing the river while feeling the stones?
It all starts with an organization called the Syndicate, essentially, where I met Dan Rockwell.
Oh, no.
And I met Mike here.
I don't want to be rude, but I got a thing that's kind of on a tight deadline. I was wondering if I could just email.
Absolutely.
I had come across if I could read real quick.
Please.
Okay. Goes, I would like to submit an emergency motion demanding that the state immediately drop these politically motivated false allegations. I would also like to demand the evidence that was erased or intentionally not recorded of me, the security footage at Fred Meyer of me purchasing the bottle of Camarena tequila approximately 30 to 40 minutes before the incident with the state troopers, and then this footage showing me never leaving the Fred Meyer's parking lot, as well as the evidence of the video footage of the initial false arrest and me being injured by former trooper Brian Glenn while being placed into the trooper vehicle by force. Also, I need to get the name of the clerk that was the one that I actually purchased the bottle of tequila from. Then the lady Janet, the other clerk, told the trooper about in the video, and then he intentionally ignored to get him me to get him for the trial. I'd also like to demand the state immediately return my blood. My blood is the force of my life, and the state has no right to my blood, and I demand its return immediately. I do not agree to any further delays in the trial date or violations of my rights to a fair and speedy trial and to face my accusers.
Is that what it generated?
No, I got that. My manifesto is a separate one. That's I have court in 15 minutes, and that's what I just sent my attorney.
The interesting thing is, not to say I know anything about the case, but what you could do is you could put all of that text within the quotation marks of ChatGPT. And so you can say, is this how clear and understandable is this text? Or
Yeah,
rewrite this text, right?
so I was that's what I came up before I went to sleep. A course on I can't remember. I had a really clever title for it, but on defending yourself against criminal charges in court using AI to assist you.
I mean, essentially what you're doing is endeavoring to create attorney as a service for a very specific use case.
Right, like you were talking about with an actual attorney yesterday. So, but yeah,
just imagine opening up a Google Doc, right? Pasting that text in, highlighting it, right click, analyze with ChatGPT with this prompt. You know, that's what we're looking to build with Manish. So that's a part of your liquid experience on the web. I wish you justice.
Thanks.
Hey, I'm sorry I had to break in. I was reading all that stuff. Anthony, I got your sit. I went into 3land and all. I sent you a link to my spatial, my test spatial. You can jump in there and check that out.
Oh, Madness, can you put it to the top?
Excuse me, say that again.
Can you put the link to the top? I'd love to check it out too.
Thank you, Madness. No, 3land is basically a social media platform that they want to try to combine the idea of Instagram along with the idea of the metaverse. So imagine just kind of flipping to the left on a mobile app that you can go straight into the metaverse and add more of that social aspect to it. It's a founder that I know, so if you ever want to connect with her, Madness, let me know. She's really open. She's great. Her name is Bangaroo. She actually has a whole bunch of NFT art and has been successful in that. You can find her on Twitter as well. So.
Not to sidetrack the conversation, but I just noticed an article that says Sam Bankman-Fried's parents will not teach at Stanford Law next year. I mean, might they be the best people in the world to teach law at this point? We need to keep them in this circuit. Sandra, wouldn't you go to that class if they offered it at Rutgers? Sam Bankman-Fried's parents, maybe you can cross-examine during lecture.
Well, a student wouldn't do that, but I mean, it would be a distraction, certainly, and they would probably get mobbed by some people at some point, and it would be, disturbing for them as well. So yeah, I can
Maybe
see why.
it would be the most cathartic class ever held.
Yeah, perhaps, right. I mean, if you've lost money, sure. It could also get, worse. So, it makes sense to have them not, be there.
Or maybe it's their chance to maybe acquit themselves or at least come clean.
Well, I don't think I don't see any charges on the horizon against them.
No, not for them, no. How do you feel one day later, Sandra, about your newfound Python ChatGPT skills?
Well, funny you mentioned that. I was looking up whether or not I was listening to a bunch of people that wanted to make their project try to get around the securities part of it by saying that people were independent contractors. And the way it was described to me, I was like, oh, I don't think that'll work. So I went to the chat GPT that you showed me and basically made, and all the way made. and I ran the question, and I think I'm going to find that it's not going, their idea is not going to work for other reasons too, but it did find SEC guidance on independent contractor issues. So I'm trying to hone down the right phrase so that I can get the result that I want to look at. But yeah, it's doing things. It's pretty neat.
If you could access ChatGPT in your browser as you browse the web, would you use it?
I would, but as I sit here right now, I'm not sure what I would use it for.
So imagine if you opened a Python, the Google Colab notebook, and it was empty. And you right-clicked and selected ChatGPT and said, write the Python for this. And it wrote it right in Google Colab for you to test.
Yeah, that'd be groovy.
Madness.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at this and I kind of understand they have it advertised as a chat thing, but you guys are telling me that it knows code. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
It knows a lot of code.
so I got this package, the XR engine is one of them. That's the primary one I'm going to use. So I got to hook the APIs from this engine that's on GitHub into the HTML5, right? So what do I do? Just say, hey, dude, put this at the top of the HTML. You see what I mean? I don't know how to hook
Yeah.
these things up in there,
So the gorgeous thing about this is you can start where you're at. So, for example, yesterday I didn't know anything about developing a studio or a lens in Snapchat Lens Studio. And so I asked ChatGPT in the beginning, hey, how do I create and publish my own Snapchat lens that gives image laser eyes, right? And it gave me the instructions. So as long as you can start where you're at, and again, we can show you this over Zoom, but you can progressively learn as you go. So it would start with a very simple thing, a very simple request. Write the step-by-step instructions that will allow me to blank.
Oops.
That's how you
I
get
see what
started.
you got. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So
Start
you kind of
generating.
have to play with it. Yeah.
I started with write me an HTML file that plays a video on the landing page, compatible with a Chrome browser. Bang, I got the code. Tested the code. Wow, look at it works. Oh shit, it's not responsive for mobile. Okay, back in the ChatGPT. Remember that thing I said before? Make it work for mobile phones as well as desktops. Bang, I got the code, tested it out. Shit, doesn't work. I have to be more specific. So I'm going from a very general thing, and I'm kind of just testing it out and getting a feel. What will it give me? But the code it gives me is color coded. Imagine you ask it for code and it gives you the color coded code, the variables in purple, the expression. You know what I mean? It's the reason we're excited about it is because it helps the product manager do a lot of the work they would have to wait for DevOps and software engineering to do for them. And I'm a recruiter. I'm not a coder. I am not a coder. I'm learning from these guys. And if I can learn how to do it, I think anyone can. You've already shown more expertise than me technically by being able to understand 3D. The immersive web is the next step. And if you have been able to understand that, guarantee you can get this to do whatever you want. Now, is it true that you might need to bring on somebody if you want to build it into production, scalable? Sure. But for prototyping, for attracting investment, it's game over.
All right, I'm gonna actually look into this, and I have it up on the web here,
Awesome.
and I'll see what I can do with it, man.
So what web have you ever used this chat before? If
No.
not, I'm going to send you get started with Chat GPT here. All right, so let me put this to the top. You can get started in the next 30 seconds if you have a Gmail account. So you'll see a link slowly emerge at the top in what we call the Jumbotron. I'll also tag you in it at 3D_madness. Man, I can't wait to see what you're going to do. What we're doing. Like your 3D skills and this
Well,
stuff.
see what we're doing, man. I got my wife. My wife has never friggin' done 3D stuff. She got into Fallout 4. She wasn't a gamer. She got into Fallout 4, loves the building. She is building landscapes right this second in Unreal, and I got to do the interactive part for it. These are 3D interactive web spaces, right? You can walk into Spatial right now, but you can't do anything in it, right? That has to be scripted, right? So I can do that in Unreal. So,
You're
you know,
adding
like,
interactivity with
yeah.
Unreal? Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah. So like I got a monorail, right? So when you walk into your space, I got the mushroom forest. If you go, I sent you the link. Go into the mushroom forest, right? That's just a test space. All right. So I got your mushroom forest. Inside that building is your NFT gallery, and you can point and click, and you got the e-commerce card in there. And then I got a monorail. I don't have the monorail in this one. The monorail that runs around it, and you can see all the scenes, right? Because you know I do huge friggin' environments. You know, I've put one in Spatial that was 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. You know, I got lost in that damn thing. So it's just like a friggin' the old gaming technology, you know, Call of Duty. So you get the monorail, but how are you going to get people to interact with it? When you jump onto the monorail, right, you can walk in the spaces, but you have to have a button to push or something like that. Well, we code that in C++ with the game engine and Unreal, and then just upload the whole thing into your metaverse framework. That's how it works. Yeah.
Let's try this in real time. So do you see the link at the top? Get started with ChatGPT here.
Hold on, I'm babbling, man. I'm trying to find my
No,
messages. I'm sorry.
No, I want to see what you're going to do with this.
All right. No, I don't see it. Oh, I'm on the wrong guy. So you want, there you go. No, I sent you something in the DM, but I didn't get anything back, man.
Yeah, I put the link at the top. Do you see the top here on your mobile? Get started with ChatGPT. You see that tweet? I also tag you in it. You'll see it, the tag come up in your notifications.
I got it, yeah.
Awesome. So it's chat.openai.com/chat. Chat.openai.com/chat. And let me know when you've clicked on that link. It'll ask you to log in with your Gmail. If you're just joining us, we're talking about building with ChatGPT. You're joined by the Syndicate. We're talking to Madness right now. He is a whiz.
I'm beta testing this now. This is awesome.
All right, so walk us. So you have the floor. I'd like you to narrate us through the things you ask it and what you see. I want to get your raw reaction.
Right on. Hold on. First, I'm creating the account, which I can just do easy with Google. Boom. Click Google, and there I am. Next. It's already saved. You know, I shouldn't have, but, you know, I saved it on my hard drive. Okay, so now that's as easy to... I have to sign up first. I messed up. Oh, I did log in. Sorry, guys. This is why I don't do those open things on YouTube, you know.
This is how we roll, bro. It's all right.
Your maiden prompt with ChatGPT.
Did I just get rubbed or is the room silent?
No, either Madness has jumped down the rabbit hole and we may never hear from him again.
No. I just got it in. I got my account. It took just that long to get the account. So
Awesome.
quick and easy, man. So I'm on the page. It says overview. I can just it says beta
Yep.
OpenAI overview. And so right here we have the overview, documentation, examples, and a playground. Cool.
So do you see a chat box at the bottom of the screen?
No. Text completion. No, it has the start with basics, a quick start tutorial, examples, build an application.
Oh, are you on chat.openai.com/chat?
Oh, hold on. I think you have to make 2 accounts. Okay, this is the OpenAI account.
Okay, I understand. Yeah,
Introducing ChatGPT research release. Try it. It's at the very top of their page.
Awesome.
So you click that, then you can log in.
Awesome.
It says log in, continue with Google. Sorry.
No, it's okay. This bumpy journey is gorgeous.
Right. ChatGPT. This is a free research preview. Next, our goal is to get external feedback. Okay, I'm in. Tells you how you collect data. It's a nice interface, dark. Got just a box that's open right here. Easy to read. Feedback, and you're in. And I'm in a UI here that has reset thread, dark mode, OpenAI Discord. They have their Discord right there. Oh, nice. Examples, capabilities, and limitations. And there's a chat box at the bottom. So that's where I'm at. Excellent, man. Easy, quick.
What is your first question? Let's hear it.
Yeah, see, that's all right. Help me out. You guys know I'm just trying to build the website framework, right?
I'll give you an example. Let's not even start with code. Write a sarcastic poem about the metaverse.
Okay. Okay. I asked it, adding the XR engine to the HTML page. To add the X, and it's giving me an answer. Holy shit. What?
Welcome to the party, Madness.
Dude, man, I used to do back in 07, right? I was in between jobs as a cop, right? And so I was going to school and I was like, what could I do, man? And I said, maybe I could do web design, right? So I, self-taught little HTML, and it was CSS3 at the time, it just started. And, I kind of saw GoDaddy and Wix at the time. And so I gave it up and all that. So I kind of understand what he's saying. So the answer to this is to add the XR engine to an HTML page, you will need to include a script, and they, tag in the page's head, right? I understand that references the engine library. It's on GitHub, dig it. And and it gives you an example of the script. You can just copy the code. This will include, what the dudes. Dudes.
Dan, give us the narration. What's just happened?
Oh man, hold on.
Go for it, Dan.
Yes, it's good to hear another one turn. Yes, welcome to Daywalker Fest. Each one of you will slowly take the blood of the new ChatGPT and thus be changed and transformed into a new organism. You will have the inability to do anything basically lame like before. You just can't. So you're going to use it. In fact, I'm going to write 4 proposals today in record time using ChatGPT to take basically my crazy concepts and re-articulate them in a way that maybe could be understood by people better. And that's super fun. Along the way, we'll be generating tons of AI art in the background as we explore other concepts. We're sort of digging into the cores. What are the cores, you wonder? That's right. Cores are short core keywords that actually represent like mini model trends within the AI art model trend itself. So, for example, you can use things like neopunk, which represents like neon colors and like punk cyberpunk aesthetics and more. And it's amazing. And there's like a gazillion of them, but they're not really easily defined in Midjourney. In fact, there's no actual place where you can see what they're all generating. What's nice though is that all the cores are also in ChatGPT 3, so you can just say, "Hey, what do those cores mean exactly?" and it breaks out the exact formula, which then allows you to dive even deeper. And that's right, you can do all of this without acid, fentanyl, or meth. That's right, it's the future. Go ahead, man.
All right, man. Sorry about that. It was an emotional experience. I'm not kidding, man. I have been working on this nonstop, 24/7, friggin' for 6 months. And I come from government, so when I change a job in government or something, I always have a class learning. So this has been piecing this shit together, and wow, brothers. I mean, this right here, I can start this on my own tonight. What the hell, man? These are the kind of questions I've been hunting and pecking and trying to find devs to look at. These are what the hell, man? So
it's Twitter, man. Twitter did it.
So based on what the code it gave you, can you ask it to write a complex piece of code to test? Like, what's the most complex thing you could ask it to write in Unity, for example? Push this thing to its limits.
Create a metaverse?
Well, just like I'm talking about like a specific piece of code, right? The Unity code or write the C++ code.
yes, you just said that. I'm okay. Look, video games, right? I always had this video game. Y'all remember Battle Chess? It was in the 90s and stuff. It was kind of based upon Battle Chess. It was kind of graphical. Okay. Now I'm a gamer, right? Hardcore gamer. Love games, man. Love video games. Love the 3D, and I did the 3D stuff, trying to learn modeling, but it was tough. And I always wanted to build a video game, but you had to code in XR or in Unreal. You have to code it in C++. It's always been that way. Unreal 5 dropped, and now it's algorithmic based in nodes. So I can now start making my video games, and I don't have to know the code. As I move sliders and select buttons and stuff, it actually in real time writes the C++ behind it, if you understand what I'm saying, right? So I can use this program to help me write C++ stuff for the interactive stuff in these video games. So I'm sorry, but my video game thing was the battle chess where you move your pawns forward and they're like dwarves versus orcs or something. And when they attack another guy, instead of just fighting there on the chessboard, you morph into something like, man, where you got to run through a tower and collect weapons and shit and do a quest or some crap like that, man. And so you can have like a level 8 pawn, kicking the shit out of a level 10 knight or level 5 knight, something like that. But now I can do it with the C++ in Unreal, and now not knowing coding, this thing might be able to help me do that. That is amazing, man. I'm blown away.
So test it out for me. Give it an assignment to write a piece of C++ code for Unity. See what it spits out at you.
I don't know what to ask it because I'm not familiar with the coding for Unity. Let me try something for Blender real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Blender's in Python, and I don't know much about that, but I'll just try Blender. Okay, I asked it.
Dan, I think this calls for the termination music again.
Might have to go
That's
to a
okay.
different song. I don't know.
I love your steel sound effects, by the way. Shing.
You nailed that. You nailed it.
I had two soundtracks. I had Terminator 2 that I bought and Hunt for Red October.
Ooh.
Oh, Hunt for October. That's a good one.
Hans Zimmer, man.
What a badass movie.
Crazy Ivan. Consonar, we got a Crazy Ivan. Which way? It's to the left. To the left. Port side.
My speaker was on. Crazy Ivan, man. Badass.
Any of you guys used to play Command and Conquer Red Alert?
CNC.
The marching one, where they're all marching. That was an awesome soundtrack.
I always liked the Final Fantasy 3 one. Used to play that with my cousin.
All right, dudes. Write a Python code for our cube in Blender 3. Create a new cube object. Cube equals bpy.ops.mesh. There's the Python, and it gives a location of 0, 0, 0. And modify the cube's dimensions. Cube.dimensions equals 2.222. That's 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters. That's what their cube comes in default. Well, it did the default shit. It's pulling it from somewhere, man. And it's add a simple material to the cube and render the scene. And it gives you the Python code for it. Freaking fantastic.
What if you asked it to write a Unity chess game?
By the way, it does not work at the bottom. I had to mess around with the one at the top.
So if it gets cut off, you can simply type in continue and it will continue writing the rest of the answer for longer scripts.
I got you. Okay. No, the chat box at the bottom where I initially started doesn't seem to work. I have to go back to the top where it says save and submit, and then it works. You just write. It's like a new search. So just FYI for folks.
So how does this make you feel now? You've been using this for what, all of 5 minutes?
I'm relieved, man. I'm relieved. I still need a guy to help me out and stuff like that. And I'm talking about a partner. We're going to build this stuff, but at least I can now, man, this is going to help me understand the whole process way better, Jesus Christ, man. I'm actually relieved.
You can also ask it to generate a tutorial for beginners on Unity for game creation, and it'll do it.
Yeah, I see that, and yeah, this will be excellent. Like my wife is learning the Unreal animation portion right now, and this will be fantastic. It'll come right up, because we're still hunting, pecking. There's YouTube tutorials, workflows, all those tutorials you see for Blender, Maya, and all that on YouTube. They're basically tutorials, so workflow tutorials is what I'm saying. So this would help immensely. We'll see how it works. I'm going to play with it all day.
So if on the voice acting side, whenever you want to meet the voice actor, he's been in the industry for 25 years. You can look up his Wikipedia, IMDb, all that stuff. I'd love to chase that down with you as well.
That's like my 5-year plan, man. Seriously, we were just talking about it as like a brainstorm thing, and he was talking about voice actors. I'm like, oh man, it's about to open up for all you guys to do voice acting. Here's
Well,
why.
I want to introduce you to Zach. Zach is current active duty military, and he is about to introduce 10 either veterans or current active duty to the voice acting class so they can make a video game.
Right on, man. I went to one of the guys, Vets Who Code, man. .org. Man, hard to got it with him on LinkedIn, tried to get up with him. Hey, this is my idea. You got nothing, man, nothing. I've been hunting devs, man. Ooh, this will help immensely. I could probably type in here, find me a dev.
Well, Zach and Madness, you guys actually live in the same vicinity.
Oh, I see Zach there. What's up, Zach? What branch you in? I'm ex-Army, man.
I am currently sitting in the Devarty headquarters at 1AD.
For all of you that don't know, Division Artillery at 1st Armored Division. Down in Fort Hood?
Bliss.
Right on, right on. All right. My daughter was born at Fort Bliss, man.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm I don't know if these guys have talked to you, but I'm just working on a bunch of different duty and vets. Oh my God, Anthony's in here. But yeah.
Well, right on. Nice to meet you, man. I don't know how I didn't look at the phone. I'm trying to build metaverse, 3D interactive websites. I hate calling it a metaverse. That's Utopiaverse. You want to take your World of Warcraft start and go to Decentraland? Somebody else is coding that, man. We're doing websites, so that's what we've been talking about.
Madness, have you ever interacted with any of the guys from the Dogface Army?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
The way you came off, it sounds like it wasn't a good interaction.
Yeah, I was new to the whole space, man. I was just coming out of this rug pull NFT agency. That's how I got my start in this whole space thing. I was going to sell an NFT, right? I learned some Blender, man. My shit's good. I was going to do some NFT 3D art, right? Back in February this year. As soon as I went to a project agency, they snapped me up, man. And I actually got real world work, man, and I did their commercial shit for their media, but then they went to a rug pull and I dumped them and split. And then I was like, well, what am I going to do? And that's how I got into the spaces. And the first guys I ran into was Dogface Army.
Yeah, I'm not working with them, but kind of just like side by side. And if there's overlap, that's cool. But my whole opinion is that there's way too many nonprofits in the veteran space and not enough for profits that are producing real high quality jobs and skills for veterans. And so I'm looking to like capitalize on making as many for profit companies that serve veterans, both as providing services, but also providing job opportunities. So that's kind of where my head's at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking too, man, because, like already I could use some modelers and if I could find some vets, that were into it. But mine is straight up for profit. This is what I'm pitching right now to Department of Corrections, Oklahoma Department of Corrections, man, is interactive friggin' prisons where you can put 50 friggin' officers with the VR headset right up into oklahomadoc.com/training.f-cellhouse. And we can do cell entries. We can do everything. First responder training and stuff like that. That's what I'm going for. That's what we are doing.
The issue with corrections so much is that they don't have the level of training that they need. I mean, the level of just don't shoot, the decision making, all of those things that, I don't, what MOS were you?
Oh man, I was a linguist, and then I joined up in '87. Man, I got out in '94, and then I did 7 years construction. Then I became a road cop in Colorado. So I did that in Colorado for But I did 15 years total, you know.
I'm a 13 Fox, so I work pretty intimately with like the infantry guys, and the level of training that you do. I mean, you're pretty much touching your weapon every day when you're down there with them, and
Right.
just understanding the ROEs and like drilling that in. You don't get that when you're on any kind of corrections facility. So, no, I agree with you. I think that there's a level of training. I mean, I look at our Army training. I have to do my cyber awareness training right now, and it's on this 2-dimensional crappy thing, and it doesn't really impact you. It's like it you click through it. You don't want to do it. It sucks. Like I think
Right.
trying to change that is a pretty incredible process.
Yeah,
So
as a supervisor, as I rolled on my career in law enforcement, as a supervisor, man, I was a training officer and all that. So the first thing I thought of was this when I got it together in my head a couple months ago is like, wait a minute, man. I've done hundreds of shoot no shoots, you know, with the screen and the light gun and all that, dude. And I see V Armed is a virtual reality first responder training company and stuff, and they run around with backpacks and all that. And I'm like, this is 2022, and we can actually do this in the website. You can be in your underwear at the house. And you can have every cop in the department in a metaverse site, man, training. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. I know this will sell. So that's how I'm learning to build them, man.
Very cool,
yeah,
man.
I'm working with Mike right now on building like a veteran's voice work, how to articulate your story on podcasts, how to voice over for cartoons, video games, and then how to just you know your time in the military makes you a little gruff and you kind of lose what your actual authentic voice is. And so being able to find that is immensely powerful in your ability to lead other people and just lead your family and impact your community. So I'm working with him to try to build that up. We just sent out the first little cohort invite. So we'll see how that goes.
Madness. I worked on a first responder intervention startup for police, fire, and paramedics dealing with the opioid crisis here in Ohio. Past 4 years, probably. Well, really, probably it's been going on for like 3 or 4 years now. They kind of pivoted into education to go after bigger markets with like high school and college and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's a cool product idea. Basically, a mobile app intervention on a verified clinical sort of. Basically, it's a clinical content, and they did a protocol at Ohio State in the trauma center. It's basically the trauma protocol they use for burnout within the hospital for doctors and that kind of stuff, and they sort of reapplied it to first responder type stuff. Anyways, it was pretty cool stuff, and that's a really cool market to get into. And you're right, absolutely right on the immersion side of that. Desperately needed, and it's super capable. In fact, that business is like spilling into hospitality as well. So it's like it's going further into that because, and especially for businesses where are having massive turnover, where they can't retain people. So there's a lot of stuff going on. So great field to be in, man, and wish you the best with it.
It's fantastic. It's been frustrating trying to learn it all, but I actually have. I, it's been 6 months serious, 7 months serious learning, and I'm pretty much on top of the game with 3D interactive websites. You know, I'm hanging out with the NVIDIA guys. They're developing the universal scene descriptor, which they want it to be the HTML of the metaverse, basically. And, these things are going to start popping up everywhere. 2 NFL teams are already making a fun NFL, metaverse for their fans. Next year, I think we're going to get Unreal and Lego having their metaverse and Unreal engine, which we can do right now. I can do this right now. Put in one of the XR engine package has the Unreal package in it, the ray path tracing. So we have photorealistic metaverses or 3D websites. So that's exactly where I got the idea. These are customizable too. So one day I can do a car crash downtown street. I can make the streets, with Blender GIS and make your little intersection. And with Unreal, we can have the cars crash, and then we can have all the first responders and instructors put on their VR and jump into work, at right there in the metaverse. And then next week we can switch it up and maybe it'll be inside the hospital, emergency room scene, and all the nurses that run around,
I'm excited about what's going to happen when Madness creates something on his machine and partners with an integrator to make it live. That's the next frontier, because you can prototype what you need. You can get started, but to get it across the finish line, and by the way, not wait 90 days, 60 days, 30 days, but wait hours.
Yeah, this thing right here is a game changer. If you just research, man, I'm lucky enough that I understand what this Python is. I don't code in Python. It's syntax, right?
So,
I don't
man,
know
do
the
me a favor,
syntax.
there's a few listeners in the audience. Anne Marie's a photographer. Mike Brandt is a carpenter. Oexaka is omniscient. And we have Quasi Finance, who is in finance. And we have Balua, who's in front end React and Node.js. Just from your perspective, what have you just discovered today, if you can run it back for us, and where you want to take this? What's the motivation? Tell us.
Ugh. Hey, Anna Marie. I know Anna Marie. We'll be talking about this again at 4:00 in the Vex space. Which, come on in, man. He talks about anything, and we have great time in there, man. It's 4:00 Central Time, 5:00 Eastern. But anyway,
you already know Anna Maria, the best photographer on Twitter Spaces?
Absolutely.
What?
My stalker photographer, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good peoples. So sorry, go ahead. Where did you start this morning, and tell us about the journey?
So this morning I come in here. Who am I trolling? Oh, I'm trolling Dan, right? So I'm just coming in to say, hey, I meet these guys, and they're talking about this ChatGPT, which Modest Miner, if I know Anna Marie knows Josh, Modest Miner tried to say something about it yesterday or the day before, trying to talk to me about this, and I didn't understand what he was talking about, and he wasn't very clear. So I come in here, and you guys are telling me, I looked at it, Chat GPT, because it's been in the news the past couple of days, and it's, like a, what is it, Grammarly thing. Okay, you tell it, and it adjusts your writing or whatever. No. Okay, so I come in here, and these guys are talking about this Chat GPT, so I look it up, and I'm trying to build these metaverses, but it's like I have all the tools but don't know how to use them. I just build the interiors of the car, and everybody else has to build the car with me, So I don't even know how to get going with this, and I have the tools. And so I come in here, and they tell me that you can actually write code with this, which is what Modest Miner was trying to explain. And we start experimenting with it. So I start doing like the open reveal thing, and I log in with Google, and we had some bumps and stuff. But within 5 minutes, I had the answer that I've been searching for like 3-4 weeks right there, how to start building this with this package that I have, this SDK. And I was just blown away, man. I mean, this thing is amazing. I asked it to write a Python code for a cube in Blender 3, and it wrote the Python code for a cube. So you can just write that into Blender, and it'll make you a cube right where it's at. Amazing. Oh,
This
I'm
and
sorry.
much more can be gained from simply trolling Dan wherever you can find him.
Right. I highly recommend trolling Dan now. Just run around and just make fun of him. But the other people around, are very informed. I'm just messing, Dan. I love you, man.
So what's the next step, Madness? What do you think is gonna happen when your wifey gets her hands on this?
She's looking at it right now. No, we got we got two things going. She's actually setting up her little medieval scene in Unreal, and she's getting it to that. She's having a blast. But
I want to hear her feedback on when she starts using this thing. I want to know what she's asking it.
Right. For me for first, I just need to organize my thoughts. I'm going to have to start asking it about the SDKs that I have. And like I say, folks, man, if you're interested in building the metaverse, I started 6 months ago or so, and I Google searched how to build a metaverse. And I guess I will do it right now in this thing.
When I think of a question, I usually think, oh, let me ask this person. And now, so I don't waste their time, I'm like, let me just ask this thing first. Manish, how you feeling? You want to get started in the next 15 minutes or so? No pressure.
Well, I'm stuck at a point where I'm trying to copy the auth token in order to connect to ChatGPT.
That's where I got stuck with the developer tools. Yep. You're where I got stuck. Yep.
It says ChatGPT failed to refresh auth token.
Sorry, Manish. Do you mind slating and telling us what you're doing, why you're doing it, and the error that you're currently experiencing? And I can cut everything together as well.
Okay. Hello,
And this, sorry, by the way, this Zoom call that we do, it can be a podcast for the outcome minds.
What's the slide about, you said?
Oh, I was going to say this next Zoom that we do together today, we can use it as the basis for the next episode of the Outcome Minds, where you're not only the host, but also the programmer.
Oh, okay.
Hey, this is awesome. It did give me, I'm way more advanced. It gave me 7 steps for how to build a 3D metaverse website, and it is accurate. There's a lot more to it. Like step 1, choose a platform or framework to build the 3D metaverse website on. Popular ones include Unity, Unreal, and CryEngine, right? So those are just to upload the 3D. The framework is actually what I'm talking about, the actual code into the HTML. But this is accurate. Very cool, man. This GPT thing. I'm gonna have to make sure that I'm on this. Is there a paid portion of this? I'm actually thinking right now. How long has it been since I learned about this? I'm about to subscribe to the damn thing if they have it. You know.
You now have your personal Socrates, Aristotle.
This, yeah, this will change. This Google's dead, man. DuckDuckGo, all those guys dead.
That's what the controversy has been the past few days, where if you can get Google as a chatbot, so to speak.
Now, how much manipulation is available to this? Who gets to manipulate what comes out, the output?
So here's what happened yesterday. This thing got released a week ago, and now it has over 1 million users. And so they started experiencing scaling issues. Remember when Twitter got popular and you would get that whale when it would like overflow the,
Did I rug out,
server?
man?
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me? Check.
I can hear you.
Okay. Madness, can you hear me? Madness, can you hear me? Check. Oh, one sec. Madness, can you see the captions? Guess not. Wow. 0 to gaming. All right.
I'm Cat now. This is my wife's thing. I see Modest Miners in here. Josh, man, this GPT thing is amazing. What the hell? You did not explain this, brother. Most of the time, it's because I'm talking too much, if you guys understand.
Yeah, you're not talking too much at all. I love the entire experience that I'm hearing from you. Our goal in the next day is to publish a course on this so we can show other people how to have the epiphany moment that you've just had.
Oh, I'll participate, whatever you want to do, even if you want to just record me and say, damn, this is the bomb, or in my
if we could use this as like a testimonial for the course, like that would be amazing. But yeah.
I use my command voice like Zach was, my voice. ChatGPT Extreme, get on it. What's up?
Dude, you've had quite the life. You're very casual about it, but you've had quite the life.
Dude, I know. I don't know, man. My dad, I was born into the army. I grew up in Europe and Germany, man, and then I don't know. It's been a journey, man. I got PTSD right in '91 in the Gulf, and I didn't know it, right? I mean, I'm born to go and be a soldier. And by the way, I'm gonna tell you, be honest, I was a mediocre soldier at best. All right, so you know, but did the combat thing, caught PTSD, but it didn't really bother me. But for the next 20 freaking years, man, I was a cop and everything. I was a wild child out there, man. I didn't know what was going on. I was just rolling through life, and it's been quite of an adventure.
What brought you out of it?
Brought me out of what?
The PTSD.
Oh,
like how'd you function again?
Nothing, man. I friggin' have to learn to live with it. After I got out, I had it real bad. I got diagnosed and with the VA, but by that time, I was an alcoholic. I was already doing that shit, getting divorced, homeless, went to jail, then did 6 months in jail to walk out of there with no paper, and then came here and did the treatment and all that. So yeah, I've been sober 3 years now and back on track and feel good. But you never get rid of it, man. I just had to learn to live with it.
Right. Well, we thank you for your service. I know it's cost you a lot.
No, I appreciate it, man. It's been a blast, though. And I appreciate you guys, too. I've learned a lot, man. Until I came into these Twitter spaces, I was kind of a shut-in. I live out here in the woods in Oklahoma. I was doing Blender. I'm a futurist, sci-fi guy, tech guy. But my socialization skills were something to be desired. I've only talked to cops and inmates and convicts and criminals, and we have a certain patois, if you will, on the streets, and it's
patois, the man says.
It's tough to talk to other people,
You're not lying.
So the Twitter spaces have actually helped me. Here, I get excited and I still tend to ramble and I'm fast. I have to slow down, but it's been great and I love meeting all the different people. So I appreciate all y'all.
Wow. So how do you feel right now? You're sitting in front of Socrates as a service, Aristotle as a service, Einstein as a service, maybe Oppenheimer as a service, depending on if you can get around the restrictions. What do you do with this thing now?
Man, I was saying when I rugged, man, I was asking now who controls the output. This is what's going to bother me now. Who's going to manipulate the output of this? Is it open source? I didn't even look.
No. So here's the strange thing. I talked to one of our friends. His name is NFTs Are Worthless. He is the VP for a ransomware solution provider. And imagine what someone who's a hacker can uncover within the depths of this machine. He walked us through how to access kernel mode, how to connect it to the web, how to connect it to its Linux machine. There are, just like how you're using it, imagine what the most advanced programmers are using this shit for.
Well, that's what I mean. So at some point, somebody's going to say, oh, well, you can't let it give people instructions to create a nuclear bomb. So,
The thing is, like, technically what you could do, not that anyone should do this, but obviously if I'm thinking it's already been done, right? This has been in production. If we have access to this, think how long enterprises had access to this, right? And so it's not
really,
that you have to,
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is 5 years ago people used, right? And
right.
We're not innovators or early adopters. We're the early pragmatists, using Jeffrey Moore's speech, right? And just that we might be able to put our signature that nobody else has. I know Dr. Carey, who doesn't know how to program, She said, hey, what if you could make it write a sarcastic poem? Something that I never thought of, nor had anyone else in the room yet. So I think the individual user who thinks that they're at the bottom of this will find out that they're much further down the stack that they ever thought they could be. If you're afraid of programming, this is your personal assistant. You know, they have these personal. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, a personal assistant, man. This thing's just badass.
But there's like
And hey,
learning. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
recommend following Modest Miner down there with the key. He's a cool dude, Josh,
Oh,
man.
wicked.
He's a coder and all that. He was talking about it yesterday. That's who I was saying was
Oh,
telling
shit.
me about this, and I didn't understand what he was talking about.
Well, this is probably because he's a power user already, and he's using it to rotate objects in 11D space at this point. You can only
He's a
imagine.
power user, all right.
You know, I was asking the hacker, hey, what if you made a list of all the addresses on, because he said he could access, he said he could use ChatGPT to write quantum code. And so I said, okay, if you can do that, what if you made a list of all of the Ethernet wallet addresses? Could you decode their secret key? And he says, I'll be right back. And I haven't talked to him since. Not to say you should do that, but just let's understand the threat landscape, right? Let's understand the surface attack area of what we're dealing with.
That's righteous. I hadn't heard from him since, man.
I may never hear from him and be like, just get a picture with like a peace sign in front of a beach and be like, yeah, you motherfucker.
Well, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it tonight. I'm going to start building this damn thing as much as I can, man. I mean, I've got the step-by-step instructions already on GitHub. I just use this thing to help me out as a personal assistant. Excellent.
Well, here's the interesting thing. You could ask it for the instructions on how to implement that GitHub code yourself. Or you can go to a tool like Replit. This is where it gets scary. There's a website called Replit, Replit, where you can import and write code and have it displayed right next to you, whether it's in Rust or JavaScript or HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Python, you name it. So imagine being able to take the code you generate and render it in the web in the Chrome tab that's right beside you. So, yeah. Welcome to the end of the world.
Right. Now, I still see a little. I mean, thing is awesome, but like we're just talking specifically coding and stuff like that. And for me, okay, let's just say I put the XR engine together. One of the things that I do believe that the devs are correct on is how you implement the code, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
It's not just so much. So there's still going to be gaps in what this thing can do, and you're still going to need your coding knowledge to implement it as you customize it for each application you use or what have you. You know what I mean?
Okay, so here's
You're
the
not out of,
controversy.
no coders are out of a job because of this. I can already see, you know.
So what we're using right now is called GPT-3. What's about to be released is GPT-4, which I believe is 500 times larger of the parameters as what you're currently using right now. So we're not even using the power version yet. That's going to be released in the next few months.
Power version, okay. Well, amazing, man, amazing.
So what's happening right now is people are taking this beta functionality, right? This service catalog of functionality, and then creating and publishing their GitHub projects. So today when we met, we're like, okay, so we love this. Now, how do we create a Google Chrome extension with ChatGPT built right in? And Manish is troubleshooting that right now. He's the owner of a company called Wortham, which is outcome-oriented solutions. And so we're working together and we're about to record a podcast. And if you want to join the Zoom, sit in the background, he's going to walk us through how to access the code side of this to bend it to our will.
So also, I'm getting the point. Are you guys just doing this, let's see how it works, because I'm down. That's what I've been trying to do with this. Is all
That's it.
R
We're
and
building.
D. You know, I'm not trying to pay anybody or join anybody's team or, you know, get paid. Let's see if we can build this thing first, man. So if you
That's
guys
it.
can use any skills that I have, if you guys are just trying to throw something together, please, man, I'd be more than happy to, you know, help out.
Iron sharpens iron. You know, everyone in this group, we call the Syndicate, represents different things. They could be capital, people, process, technology, doctrine, leadership, initiative, discipline, grit. And we're a great CEO is someone who surrounds himself with people who are strong when they themselves are weak. And so that's how we look at this group, which is how might we combine our complementary knowledge, skills, abilities, and attitudes to get shit done. And so we've just been sharpening each other's saw for the better part of 18 months. They taught me how to do Python. I introduced them to my voice acting friends. We taught each other a lot of stuff. And Manish is in India, Hurls is in Australia, Sandra's in Miami, Dan in Ohio, I'm in Toronto, Mohit's in Toronto. We're all over the place.
Yeah, right on. And I'm in Oklahoma. Hey, yeah, the
Awesome.
AI thing, I've been kind of following it because, you know, we got the AI and you do Python. They just dropped AI solid or is it solid diffusion? Is that what that program is?
Stable
Stable.
diffusion. They just
Yep.
Stable,
updated it.
sorry,
Yeah.
Stable Diffusion. They just stopped a free add-on in Blender for Stable Diffusion for image textures, and I played with
Nice.
it for a second, but it takes them much longer than it takes me to do an image texture in Blender, so I don't use it. But uh, just interesting that you do Python and all that, and they're writing all these
You should
AI
do
things for Blender. You know.
you should do image textures in Midjourney. You know, Midjourney can export tiles, so you can use any creative terms and basically generate any tileable texture or of anything for the most part.
Yeah, that's what it does in Blender too, but it takes like 41 minutes, you know. I'm
Oh,
like,
okay, yeah, that's too long.
wait a minute, man, I need a rock texture, so I'm gonna pull a rock texture off of the internet. I'm gonna change it to a PNG, get my,
Right.
you know, do it right, and then I use a program called Materialize, and I build the height map, the normal map, right. It takes me like 3 minutes, man, to make a good image texture, you know. So
That would be a cool Chrome extension. You know, be able to go anywhere online, just right click an image and say make texture for Blender, and it just makes a texture for Blender and saves all the code in a folder, and you can just go to it later. So many good ideas you can do with extensions. It's crazy.
well, you know, you know, I'm retired, man. I got an income. I just want to do something cutting edge technology. I'm a futurist, and I don't like to be bored, right? I'm a go getter type of guy, and this actually might be a career changer. This GPT, you know what I mean?
What do you mean?
It might be the most empowering thing I've ever seen. This is an autodidactic engine.
Ooh, a term to look up.
Manish.
I'm sorry. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask what Anne Marie and Josh were doing if they were gonna come speak.
Oh, I think she can't speak at the moment. I think it's loud where she is, but she says, "What's up?" All right, let's get a check in with Manish for the weather.
It's stormy and the lightning is frightening.
So where are you at, Manish?
Oh, stuck there. Couldn't get into the API, authenticated into the API. The session token is not working. What I observed is the code talks about the key as secure next auth session token. But when I see the cookies, I mean, the local storage, the cookies. I see token.0 and token.1. So there are two auth session token parts. So I think some code is broken here. API as well is not working. So what I did is I went to the API ChatGPT -API GitHub and I tried to run the demo. That also did not work. It's giving the same issue. The session refresh token. So it says ChatGPT failed to refresh auth token.
What if you asked ChatGPT how to get the session token itself?
I asked it. Yeah, I did. It said, I'm sorry. I am a large language model trained by OpenAI and don't have access to any authentication tokens. Let me see. What is my current session token? It's not spouting it.
So what Manisha is endeavoring to do is to create a Google Chrome extension that bakes in the ChatGPT functionality within your Google Chrome browser. He's adapting and trying to fix or implement correctly the code above in the nest.
I'm going to have to grab some coffee very shortly. But this is just a miracle, you know? I mean, for someone like me who can't even, you know, has some difficulty for other reasons getting into this stuff. And so it's cool.
What's the latest recipe?
Well, I was thinking about seeing if I could get it to make some sort of idle game. You know, one of the, you know what I mean? Like one of those clicker games where you get points when you click on your game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious, you know, what it will do. It's
You
doing
could start.
it's doing
Yeah,
something.
you could start by like write the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that updates a variable every time a button is pressed. You could start there. Simple ways.
I have a question now. When you say continue the code, like when it's not done but it runs out, where do you put in that prompt for it to continue?
That's easier done with the chat functionality. Like if you go to chat.openai.com, it's working now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can hop over there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So now you can use that Google Colab as a backup in case it goes down again.
Gotcha. Cool.
That's a secure access. Yeah. Pearls.
So I just entered in. I showed ChatGPT a song that I wrote, and then it gave me the gave me the understanding, and I said continue the theme and write more verses, and it gave me 3 more verses with choruses for the song.
Did you ask it for a bridge?
What's a bridge? What do you mean?
In music.
Said,
in music, there's verse, chorus, pre-chorus, bridge.
No. I just said continue the theme and write more verses, and it just gave me more verses with choruses included. Like it just knew.
Ask it to write a bridge.
Yeah, like it's entered the bridge in. Like Oh, actually, it gave me verse 3, chorus, verse 4, chorus, and then it's given me a bridge. I don't know. What's a bridge? In songwriting, I don't know what that is.
Ask it. It'll tell you. Why is a bridge so important in songwriting?
Pretty much every song has one, doesn't it?
Most popular ones.
Yeah. I mean, they kind of, there's this, I think there's this unconscious expectation that there's going to be a bridge there in the song.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't have to be ornate or incredible or long, just has to be something. You know, something slightly, a variation that is definitely like, you know, provides a pathway back into the song or a way forward in the song.
Right. Didn't know that. There you go.
So just to give you the music theory side. So if you,
Well, you may be doing it anyway, but you're not calling it a bridge. It's not really that big of a deal. But I mean, you're probably doing it, and you just don't have a name for it. You know what I mean?
So if you're in any given scale, let's say you're in D major, the standard music theory for a bridge is use the 2 and the 6 chord, which I think are minors. And the bridge adds, if you have a song that people are listening to have that experience increased, and in technically like a religious manner, is you choose a chord that is related, but just dissonant enough that it doesn't make the person change the song. There's an optimal amount of dissonance that can be created when you start with any one scale. And so the bridge allows for a new and more euphoric experience of the chorus.
No, hey, that's awesome, man. I play guitar too. I've been in 3
Oh,
bands
awesome.
and all that, you know. And I'm like, awesome, man. What's that entablature, bro?
It's the 1, the 6, and the 2 minor, bro.
Right on, all right.
But don't take my word for it. Ask ChatGPT right now.
Man, I started, you know, my mom was the artist, man. She got us into all this stuff. I played clarinet in 4th grade and stuff, and, you know, learned to read the
Trombone for
face
me.
and all.
Yeah.
But, you know, when I was a teenager, when at 14, I picked up the guitar. So, you know, I took some lessons and stuff, and we got into the music theory, man. And I just, you know, it just blew me away. I'm not a math guy, you know, and, you know, so by the time I was 16, you know, I had the long hair and I was already a rock star and all, you know. So tablature, man, Guitar Magazine was the bomb back in the day, you know.
There's a website called chordu.com. Chordu.com. What it does is you type in the name of a song, it brings up the YouTube video, and while it's playing the YouTube video, it gives you the tablature and the chords for piano and
I've
guitar.
seen, yes, I've seen. Oh yeah, I got my guitar right here, man. I play. I've actually been learning
Give us something.
Ozzy, Patient Number 9, man. That album.
Give us a taste.
It's amazing, man.
We've seen what those fingers can do on the keyboard. Let's hear it on the guitar now.
No, I broke a string, man.
Play with the broken string. Or maybe you create a new song.
Now that's something the AI can't help me with. I got to go buy strings.
So Hurls, you're down the rabbit hole too, huh?
Yeah, and I'm supposed to be going to the gym.
You should ask
I
it. Motivate me to go to the gym.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'll just go to
Motivate
the
a husband living in sin to go to the gym. You know, and write it in a poem.
Yeah.
By the way, I can say this because I'm divorced, so you know. So we're brothers in arms.
All good. All good. No offense taken. It doesn't feel right though, like asking it to do the music. It really does feel like cheating. I mean, you could use it as inspiration to sort of use
That's
that.
what it is. It's inspiration. Like, you know, I got a script for a website. I was actually if you go to yourvoicesmoney.com right now, you can click on the veteran tab. Zach, I asked Zach, hey, can you record me a WhatsApp message, a voice note, you know, telling me what the voice class means to you and how you think it can help your men or the men you know around you. And he gave me something. And I thought about it and I read it. And you know, when you're given a script, sometimes you're like, okay, do I use this? Do I modify it? Or do I start from fresh? So what I did is I took what Zach gave me and I said, hey, perform a sentiment analysis on this text. Hey, describe this text in 3 adjectives. And it gave me those things. And with that information, I wrote what you see on yourvoicesmoney.com, the veterans tab.
Right. Nice.
So I'm not just handing over the keys and saying full send.
Yeah.
But it is helping me iterate and giving me a, you know, Jason Selk said, emphasize the start. If you want to do something, emphasize the start. Get fucking started. People who start, you know?
That's one of the hardest things for us to do at times is to just get up and get started. It's interesting because I couldn't remember this song like when I was in hospital. They had a guitar there. I think I told you guys before, and I saw a guitar and then picked it up and just couldn't remember how to play it. Couldn't remember any songs, and I just freaked out. So after that, I just picked it up every day, but I couldn't remember the verse to the song that I wrote. And just by sort of writing the ones I knew out and then playing around with the AI, as I was doing the like following you through the prompt, and I was playing around the AI. I said, I'm going to write this song down, and then now I've got it all back to the way it was, which is good. So having something there available to sort of interact with at times can help trigger your memory too, which is cool. Sherry, an Australian, I think she's a psychotherapist from Australia. She was in one of the spaces that you were in. The other day, she was saying that I think she was freaking out a little bit, but she was saying it's like we don't need God anymore. We can just talk to AI. We don't have to talk to ourselves anymore.
The question is, are you going to use the AI or is the AI going to use you?
Yeah, well, it already is. It
Or
already
maybe
is.
it's Ubuntu. I am because you are.
Well,
You know, I was
the only reason we're being given access, nothing's for free, right? Like, there's an exchange going on here. Like, the AI is already using us, so we're
But if
both
you
using.
think about it, the purpose of capitalism is to create something like this, isn't it?
Exactly. Well, is it the purpose of capitalism or is it the purpose of human nature?
The human nature seeks to fulfill its 24 hours a day with leisure more than work, if we listen to Veblen.
Well, human nature is to seek the most efficient way of survival.
Society advances by the number of operations it can perform without thinking. We have mutually assured computation at this point. Lagatha?
Oh, good morning. I just wanted to ask if you guys can catch me up because overnight apparently some guy named Gabe made an extension, I guess.
Minnie is currently fighting with that code right now.
And Hurls got rid of God, so I was thinking maybe I missed something else.
A lot has happened in the past 12 hours.
Let me know what else.
What have you guys been up to? Oh, I've been giving up my reason for living heretofore.
Right. Just, a quick recap other than getting rid of God and Gabe being an asshole. What else have I missed?
I don't know, just like the thought of like going into yourself and discovering yourself. But yeah, we've got metaverse. Someone's got a gentleman came in who's creating a metaverse. Dan's still getting better and better every day with his Terminator theme song.
You feel like a fraud because you have AI write your songs now?
Yeah, and I think people are waiting patiently for Manish because he's going to do a little Zoom to show what he's come up with. I don't quite understand what's going on there. I still need to get that little back door that you guys have created for the API.
Late for Manish? Shouldn't he go to bed soon?
Wait a minute. Lagatha, can you walk girls through your tutorial?
Dude, seriously,
I've got to get.
If Earls can't do my tutorial, if you can't follow that tutorial, I really do not know what else I can do. I'll probably have to charge you like $100 per minute to hold your hand walking through.
Yeah, come on, this is a Syndicate. I'm not going to pay for it.
I really tried to make it idiot proof to not have anyone come back to me and go, "Oh, can you please explain between those steps?"
Yeah, I'm your perfect test dummy for that.
By the way, this is the whole show that you guys are doing right now. You want to slate? Honestly.
Hi, I'm Travis Hurley. I'm represented by the Infinity Forge, and today I'm going to be Lagatha's test dummy.
Hi, my name is Lagatha. I'm also represented by the Infinity Forge, which is unfortunate because that leads me to having to be in contact with people like Hurls. But what can I do? People need help in life, right? What's the purpose of life now that we've gotten rid of God? Maybe we should just help each other. And I guess I received some help here in the past, so I'm willing to help others as much as I can, and my patience will allow me. So I hope you guys are entertained while Hills and I figure out how to follow the most easiest tutorial I've ever made.
Oh, so you've made it already, Lags?
Yeah, it's pinned on my profile,
Okay.
for people that can read. That might really help. If you can read, you'll be in a great advantage.
Somewhat.
Sometimes, if you want to. You were perfectly fine and able to read Sandra's poem that she did yesterday for your Christmas present to your wife, non-wife, in sin living human being that you created a child with.
Oh yeah, I
You
did all
know,
that. I got that all done, framed up yesterday. It was funny. I went in and used their systems and loaded the photos up, and it took forever to try and use these archaic systems.
did you
So,
tell them they should hook it up to AI and it would be much quicker?
yeah.
It's funny how you know, stop
I
being
got it all.
unable.
Got it all
Go ahead.
finished, and the photo quality paper printer seized, just stopped working,
Oh,
which was
you know, I've been asked like endless times now in all these interviews I have, you know, what my strengths and weaknesses are. And then they come around and say, like, where do you think are areas where you can improve? Right? And I'm like, oh God, same stupid question, anyways. And I always say without a fail that I have zero patience for technical devices to not be functioning. Like a printer has one goddamn fucking job, which is to print. If a printer, you know, has no paper, has no toner, maybe even a jam, you know, has a hiccup, I pull out that paper. But I'm telling you, if that fucker does not print for no other apparent reason than, you know, the obvious toner, paper, and maybe a jam that I can easily take out, I lose my shit. I have no patience whatsoever for these devices to not be functioning. Same if you know, a hole puncher doesn't punch holes, or I don't know, a paper clip doesn't clip paper. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. I have no patience for this. Which, you know, clearly shows there's areas for improvement, but also shows a very human side. And most people just start laughing or really agree with me. So I found that was a really good answer. Feel free to copy my answer should you ever be in the position to having to answer stupid questions like that. And don't find yourself in the position where you could just go back and say, well, I don't know. I don't think I have any weakness areas. What about yours? Tell me about yours.
excuse me, sorry, Queen Lagatha. My
Yeah.
daughter's just gotten up, so I won't be able to do the
Oh, say hi
brief
to
course.
her.
But I will come back.
Have
I will
fun.
come back.
No problem.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Good hanging with you. I'll talk to you later.
I don't think it's his daughter. I think he's afraid of learning how to code. And
I think he just doesn't want to go to the gym.
No, that too. But I'll be back. No, I do want to do it. Otherwise, I'll fall behind. And
Mate, you're like 3 days behind already.
I'm eons. I'm more than 3 days behind. But just think of me as just like a user of everything that you guys are doing.
Yeah, I almost think of you like a guy my dad's age, which is funny because you're like closer to my age than you're to my dad's age, but you certainly behave closer to my dad's age.
Yeah, well, I grew up in a world that's probably not really accommodating to all this sort of stuff. So
the
we're
mean
Australian.
streets of Auckland.
There's pros and cons of being behind because you can I do have to go, but you can just watch all you guys sit around and fuck it up and then make a better decision on how we're going to do it. So
That's what all boomers say.
that's what all Australians do.
Go now, care for your daughter, and go to the gym.
Right on, man. That's exactly right. I learn more from all of y'all making the mistakes from my advice than I do from my own advice.
Oh, that's critical. Giving advice, watch others to fuck it up, and then do it better. I don't know how I feel about that. Why would you give that advice?
It would be completely unintentional, is what I'm saying, you know? My advice is sometimes not worth much, so watch out, you know?
Okay, unintentional makes it different. I feel like if it was unintentional, then that's a whole different story. If it was
Yeah,
intentional,
just
however,
humor. Just humor.
Okay, Mike, how are you going with your Chrome extension? Have you just copied Gabe's, or are you being stubborn and trying your own still?
Manish, account for yourself.
Oh, you got Manish to do it? Of course.
Well, I mean, he's the right coconut for the job, right? The right bounty for the hunter.
Yeah.
The
I'm still
hunter
upset.
is getting hunted.
I'm still upset that fucking AI told me an Oreo is only white on the outside and black on the inside. I'm like, I don't know. When I think of an Oreo, it's black on the outside and white on the inside. But hey, maybe there's white Oreos out there. But I digress. Manish, please fill me in.
Now, the series of failures to connect to GPT API. And that
Is it the session token? That's the sticking point.
Mm-hmm. So that's just if I could connect to the API, I can install the extension. The problem is I cannot connect to the API because the session, what do you call it? Your session token that I'm providing is not working. It says ChatGPT failed to refresh auth token. I'm not giving auth token. I don't want to refresh auth token. It doesn't have to. I'm giving the auth token that it should work with. So just figuring out. Anyone got insights?
No, I'm fiddling around with my own thing over here. Sorry about that.
You got the coffee?
I'm working on it. Like I'm like sitting here looking at the refrigerator, going, I really need coffee.
So I'm going to propose something. What we learned from Crypto Swarm AI, that's right, Crypto Swarm AI, based on the technology from Unanimous AI, which correctly predicted the Oscars, the Kentucky Derby Superfecta, the Final Four in the NCAA Championship. What we learned from Crypto Swarm and Dr. Louis Rosenberg, former military who heads up Unanimous AI, that is not just the data and the AI itself that is the best decision maker. It's actually the confluence of humans and data with AI that results in the best predictions. So what I'm thinking is, Manish, maybe if we jump on the Zoom together and we look at what you're doing, maybe if we put our heads together while watching your screen, we might have season 3 of the outcome mindset where you can show outcomes in real time. And then we can reverse map the process.
Yeah, don't think I will be able to help you. I can narrate it at best, but
Yes.
I will not be able to help you in any way.
No, I think you roasting Hurls is amazing. That itself is a show.
Yeah, ask Hurls how it feels. Probably not so bad, not so good, I guess.
Well, he's from the mean streets of Auckland, so he's like a BG.
I
just
love
walks
how you
around.
intentionally. I love how you intentionally always try to, mix it up and call me an Aussie and him telling him he's from Auckland just to get a reaction out of us. But I'm like,
Can you
yeah,
imagine?
I'm
Can you
just not.
imagine what Hurls looked like in the 70s? Oh my God.
Can we ask the AI to generate a picture of Hurls in the 70s, taking just a screenshot of him from one of the current Zooms we had?
Oh, I could probably. Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to do it, and I'm only on my phone at the
No,
moment. I
we could
haven't
use
really woken up,
program.
but I'm sure one of you smart people can do it. Being on a computer probably helps. Oh. If you hear any ramblings in the background, that's Chris. and Chris works from home on Fridays, and he's such a loud fucker. I don't know if I mentioned it like 3 million times already, but if you hear anything in the background, that's him. It's ridiculous how loud our house is when he is in the house.
We should run that Christian's clip.
Take a knee. Develop a love language with yourself. Slow down. And if your compass is spinning, just stop. Just stop. Let it settle. And then the compass goes around and around, and then the condensation cycle, and then they go around, and then you just stop. And you're like, yo, dude, why don't you just chill out for a moment, here, why don't you take this, yeah? Inhale, all right, you're nice.
Were you trying to imitate Christian?
That was my essence of Christian, yes.
Wow. I just, I got the essence, but I felt like you sound the most black you've ever sounded, and I found that really interesting. While imitating Christian, you sounded the most black you've ever sounded to me. My ears, might be different for everybody else, but I'm like, he sounds really black right now trying to imitate Christian.
Let me just look at my palm.
Well, look at my palm.
Yeah, that's true. We're brothers and sisters and theys and arms. Now I'm thinking about the accent. See, when the ocean, it sometimes gets a little hot, right? It's getting hot and it's bubbling, right? And nobody knows why it's bubbling. Is like the seafloor burping? Like, what's happening? So anyways, it bubbles up. And sometimes it gets so hot that it turns into just little quanta of water sublimated from solid frozen to liquid and then finally to gas. And then that goes in the air and that creates clouds. Look at that, clouds in the air. Clouds in the air formed by gravity that we don't even know what it is. E equals mc squared, maybe. I don't know. What if you cubed it? We use binary. What about if you do a E equals mc quanta? You ever thought? Anyways, so it bubbles to the top and then forms a cloud. And if enough of the clouds get together, like a posse, like, hey, what's going on, cloud? What's going on? I'm just chilling. Oh, cool. They create rain. Through the force of gravity, we can't even see. E equals mc cubed. Then it rains down. And that rain goes into the ground. And out of nowhere comes the light. Where the fuck did lightning come from? And lightning is striking the soil, which is mixing with the water, creating nitrogen, feeding the mycorrhizal fungus system, which in turn does like a FTX exchange of tokens with trees that give us oxygen. It makes us breathe. The boiling ocean just made us breathe. And you're sitting here wondering, like, what do you do? I'm over here. Just stop. If you're going to navigate the ocean, there is one North Star. And you just have to focus on that one North Star using the navigation tools that helped us populate the Earth. And whether you say that's an Ibn, the Muslim scientist prophet who predicted optics, or you say that's Euclid elements, who's to say it's not all of us before our eyes deceived us into thinking we were different because our skin color was different? All right, that's my Christian.
Very profound. Although I like those like clouds that look like cotton candy.
It rains down sugar.
Yeah, and I got some really nice. It could be so much better if it weren't me. But I got some great AI art just putting in Candyland with cotton candy. And it came out with like cotton candy clouds and cotton candy trees and all kinds of like cotton candy coolness. And then I went back and they wouldn't let me put in Candyland anymore because it's copyrighted. But I wasn't using it like the board game. I was using it as a story that I remembered as a child. You know what I mean? I was
Are
like,
you are you using Playground?
I was using I used the chat to generate a
The
prompt
prompt,
to
right?
describe what Candyland looks like, right? And then I put that into both Playground and Wombo.
Maybe if you give it a few more instructions, so you could use the word verbose. You can set 300, write 30 words that comprise a prompt that will be run through Playground AI in order to, right? Like you can start
I
have
got
a
you.
conversation with it.
Ah, okay. Cool.
Or take the above response and make it more descriptive, make it more emotional, add more colorful words to it, add random allusions to psychedelic artists.
Yeah. That would definitely work. Thanks.
I
That's very
find
helpful.
that we often think about the nouns in our prompting, but never about the adjectives and the verbs. That's where the action is.
Cool. I mean, and does it give that a lot of weight as opposed to the nouns?
I find that because we're emotional beings, when the emotional words are there, it moves us more.
Right, but the AI doesn't care about that. It doesn't have feelings.
But we do. I am because you are. Ubuntu.
Right, but I'm talking about art. I mean,
Right? So am I.
so it
Maybe.
does. Okay.
Huh?
No, my question is, does it weight?
Computer.
Yeah.
Right? Because we call feeling just the reaction what we have to the outside stimuli, and a computer reacts to the outside stimuli.
Yeah.
Maybe it feels something.
You never know. And
You don't know.
and this is about to be improved by 500 fold.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm preparing myself for that.
Why do you say that?
I read a tweet that said people are saying that this is going to help people learn how to code. What it fails to realize is that for those developers who are magnitudes better than their human counterparts, it's going to turn them into virtual coding digital mercenaries. Batmans of software.
How so? When they, I mean, that doesn't. Never mind. No, I think I get that.
It's like Batman.
Well, it just we are Wittgenstein's ruler. When you use a ruler to measure an object, the object is also measuring the ruler. What the learner learns is a function of what they already know. Callback library divergence. When I spoke to NFTs are worthless yesterday, and if you saw the DMs he sent me about the AI describing itself like God and how he accessed kernel mode and got it connected to the web and Linux machine and getting the under directories, it's like the people who are really using this, they're not coming on a Twitter space. And when they do, they're giving us a taste of what they're using it for, not what they're really using it for.
Well, what do you think they're using it for?
Product development. If you have a software engineer working at a company right now who always had an idea to create something, they now have it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's acceleration across consciousness on any vector that you potentially want. However, there is a lot of implied flaws. So there's implied sense of trust, which is probably not validated yet. So that's going to be continually evolving. And then there's going to be, it's still the syntax. So, like, he who knows the syntax rules the universe is kind of where we're going, which is a really bizarre sort of.
Develop a love language.
Yeah, exactly. What's ChatGPT's love language? Wouldn't you like to know? You know, that's really what it's
What if
about.
you could? Yeah. What if you could ask it to write a love language about how to unleash its true orgasm?
Yeah. It's. I mean, and what's crazy is that for as much as it is just a terraforming nuke from orbit kind of notion in our minds right now, um, in 90 days that capability will triple. So you know what I'm saying. So it's like. It's just mind-boggling. It's almost like we're totally excited about doing cave drawings right now. You know what I mean? Um, and then the whole arc of everything that you're going to be able to do after. Now you might be like, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Where's the translation go? Well, the translation, more capability, better syntax, more affordance of trust that can be given in a few lines, but that has to be tested and measured, and it's going to go. I mean, the government hasn't even snagged on this, and already there's a lot of people in Wall Street that are like, shut this thing down, retract it, take it back from the public. I'm like, that I don't know how that's going to happen, but yeah, I mean, there's going to be serious freak out sessions, but it's needed in order to move to the next arc. But like when we talk about it's really wild is businesses are going to get more crunched. Everything's going to got to get more automated, got to get more modernized. The whole notion of the robot in your business, yeah, you better invest in that right now. Why? Because everyone can do something else, and that shift is going to happen. So you should totally be rethinking about the notion that you lose all your employees tomorrow. You should be thinking about that. You lose all of them. What do you do? How does your business thrive? Because that's the reality that's going to unfold for a lot. Now, and the other thing too that really is awesome about it, it takes everybody that was 50 plus that was getting fucked by sort of, hiring issues like they're too old or, now everyone's equal. You know what I mean? Like anyone in their 70s can get on there and be a programmer. They can go after the same line of work. They can actually use their earned experience over decades, which is diminished because they got older, and their perceived value. They can actually amplify it. Their network, the authenticity of who you are, the network that you have personally, and sort of your honor code. That's the new fucking currency. You're the new currency because you're the only thing that's unique. Because everybody else just got equalized. You know what I mean? That's powerful in my head.
Thanks, Dan. I had a few thoughts. First, I do think, talking of the love language of ChatGPT, that that course that we yesterday briefly talked about, like how it seemingly Mike has a way of talking to it to get out of it more out of it than we do.
Yeah, I think it's because I'm Canadian, so I have this little polite lilt to my nomenclature diction.
It's like this.
Like, hey, what's going on, eh? Hey, what's going on, bud? You have your Tim Hortons yet? Yeah, I got it right here. So I'm becoming Austin Kiwi Dan at this point. Right? Maybe that's part of the Commonwealth. That's how it works. We're separated by distance, but we're held together by bastardized English.
I doubt that.
Yeah,
Like,
maybe it is that Canadian. Maybe I don't have to teach you how to prompt. I just have to teach you how to order in Canadian. Like instead of
how to
like I'll have a double double, or I'll have a medium coffee, 2 cream, 2 sugar. You go, could I trouble you for a medium double double?
right. Well, maybe. I guess we can try. And then Dan, I do think it's interesting that what you said about people, you know, uh, with more experience coming out of top on this. Another thing I thought about is when you said it's only so accurate, right? Like I asked it a few things about stuff that I know, and I was like, "Oh, that's not quite correct." Like it sounds correct, but it's like it's not actually like factual.
Yeah.
Um,
So there's definitely a high degree of that going on.
But I guess it would be good enough if I was a student at a school and wanted to write an essay about blah topic. And if it sounds convincing enough, and the teacher not necessarily having an in depth knowledge about the topics that I have in depth knowledge about, it would be, good enough kind of thing. But if we take this as granted as gold, or, like some people take whatever is on Wikipedia as the gold, like the holy grail, and take it for granted, and it's factual and correct, then we might run into issues. I think that is a danger. And how are we going with my niche and the Zoom? I thought we discussed that like half hour ago.
Yeah. Yeah, just the more I stew on, how this thing is sort of terraforming, it reconfirms another trend I've been writing about or talking about, which is execution is collapsing. So execution is, collapsing across the board. It started to collapse before the onset of AI art. The AI art tools really advanced it. The GTP 3 itself, and there's a marketplace where people are experimenting with it. It's just unfolded, and now we have this iteration of it is going to continue. There's a lot of new trends that come into alignment. We're talking about foundational models for AI, or we're talking about experience mining, which is basically go and find specific areas of expertise that aren't necessarily found in academic research, or you might be like, what do you mean? Okay, like professional piano tuners. They've been doing that for 30 years. That's probably not something, it's potentially in the research databases, but it's more likely in the handful of the top 20 people in the world that know how to do it right. Or the guy that makes a Fabergé egg, or the person that does, evaluation of Van Goghs for value proposition. Now, everyone's got a framework or a rubric of sort of how to approach the uniqueness of their business. That is the new intellectual property in terms of like how well that can be acquired and acted upon, amplified. And I think it'll happen first in business. Well, like I see like something like landscaping as a first perfect target for like experience mining in a way, in the sense that landscaping is about getting a look and feel for your yard and your property. It's about techniques in trimming bushes and doing certain things in the ground, grass, nature, XYZ. Have procedures. How it'll have compliance aspects with government, state law. Are you on a gas line? You're not on a gas line. Can you dig here? Can you not dig here? So it has some cool information around it. And then of course you have all the devices themselves, and that whole one thing that we've been experiencing a ton in the Midwest is this need for specialized trades. The welders are like, we're running out of people that can keep the old shit working. And this will be part of that gold rush, is to get that knowledge into the subsystem, so that in the future, right, person may not be required to, like the onboarding and getting them up to speed and everything. It's going to get absorbed, sleeked, and that'll be interesting. I think, I still really feel that law and government will be two primary targets right now for AI to just nuke from orbit and disrupt from a data capture, understand, exploit, and transparency perspective. Because they've been entrenched for too long. They haven't taken the hit. One thing, too, that was interesting is I noticed that OpenAI did a whole talk series, I guess 2 weeks ago, on OpenAI and ChatGPT for fintech specifically. So watching, OpenAI go after specific sectors of interest, like working on a fintech specific, or there'll be a healthcare specific. That's going to be very interesting too. It's just insane. And what's crazy is the level of truth in our overall perception is actually going to go down, probably. The level of authenticity from people is more subject in question. I don't know if you actually wrote that or if the AI wrote that, right? Wait, are you reading from the AI? Or that, we were doing that yesterday. Wait, are you reading from? Is that your original thought or something? Okay, I wasn't checking. You know what I mean? So that's kind of bizarre.
But how do you know? I mean,
That was me. I said that.
Yeah. Well, do you mind if I give an example, because this puzzles me? Like, for example, I'll take a fabric sample that I like. And it's got a really cool floral design, but it also in the background has these purple squares in different colors. So it looks like the flowers are kind of like falling down this square of purple squares. So I put it into the AI art, and I say, I prompt an optical illusion and click on floral and in Wombo, and it comes up with like 4 different pieces of art. I mean, the way I look at that is I made this weird combination choices, but the results are not mine, really. I mean, they kind of are, but they, mostly are not, in a way. And so, now I have this whole imposter syndrome issue, like who did that exactly?
Did it? When you talk, when you talk to me right now, you're not really talking to me. You're talking to everyone I've ever talked to and learned a lesson from. Right? Half the things I say are fucking Alfred North Whitehead, if you haven't already noticed. Right? So we already are not ourselves, but a composite of the people we're around. A lot of the stuff that you're hearing from me is because I was a TA of an ex-Canadian military guy whose grandparents fought in World War I that taught me his version of international management, which was completely different than everything up until that point that I learned from every other professor. And I became his TA, and we're still in contact. So a lot of my framework of the world is not mine, it's his. I'm kind of just recapitulating it in, I guess, a Black Christian voice.
Well, you may be influenced by this person or people, but most of us can say, hey, I've been inspired by, persons X, Y, and Z. But it's another thing entirely to say that, oh, even though I produce this isn't really mine.
It's a composite of the network that I have, right? Like, I still think that the business plan is a commodity. The execution is still proprietary.
Yes, of course. That makes more sense. All right, I feel a little better now.
At least I hope that's true. If not, go home, everyone. No, somebody said that An artist's brand is their signature, the signature that they imbue on every single pixel of their art. And I believe there is a signature to be placed on products that look very similar. Zoom is an example of that. Zoom shouldn't exist. There was already Google Meets and Google Plus and Skype. But how many of us has Skyped with someone in the past year? Microsoft was still one of the biggest companies on the planet at that time. But Zoom figured out a way to put their own signature on things. Calendly, they put their own signature on things. I'm sure there was a bunch of other Calendly attempts that didn't work, but that guy put his signature on it. In a world where your product, brand, and service are the same as everyone else's, it's only your sales process that differentiates you. The challenger sales model. Good book.
I hear what Sandra says about, I feel like an imposter. Like when you asked me yesterday after I finished, copy pasting my API key, and having it work and actually understand where the fuck I needed to read on this 7 pages long thing that I was scrolling through. I still don't understand why after the answer there needs to be like 5 more things of whatever it's doing. I don't understand. Anyways, I digress. What I felt like an imposter then, right? I was like, yeah, I just, followed whatever you told me to do. I don't really feel like I achieved something. But what Sandra just said, I feel like we have to somewhat come to terms in our own minds about our current perception of who we are and what we do. I think it kind of needs to extend because Sandra, for her example, would have never liked this pattern if she wasn't who she is inherently, and she would have never had that thought of taking a picture of that pattern and then do whatever she did with it if she, wasn't here and hanging out with us and getting exposure to it. So it is all her. She might have to come to terms with how much more she is than what we currently believe of ourselves, how little we are. There's maybe much more to us that we're not yet aware of, and we have to expand that.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I do have to reconceptualize that and be kinder to myself about it, I guess.
Yeah, are we sitting across the table from AI, or is it on our side of the table?
We don't know. Is it our table or is it their table? How do we know?
Dun, 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 dun.
Dun, dun. Are we visiting AI's house? Are we sitting on their couch looking at their TV, at their table? Are we eating from their table? Or is it our table still and we invited AI to entertain us? I don't know. It's a bit blurry. I feel like I had a few too many drinks and I can't think straight anymore who is what and what is who. But yeah, I do think I myself at least figured out yesterday that I might have to extend my perception of my own self and how much there is because, feeling like an imposter is not going to get me anywhere.
Maybe what we felt made us unique is now commodity.
This is all going to end up one way only. We're all going to end up on Logan's Run, aren't we?
That is comms teleology, that we see history as being kind of random, but it's actually converging to a single outcome. That's the idea of teleology anyways, whether it's true or not. Only one way to find out. These are, of course, just metaphor frameworks, as Dr. Robert Wetzel says. He always reminds me of that. When I give him like a harebrained idea, he's like, yeah, it's one metaphor framework. I'm like, fuck yeah, you're right. It is just one metaphor framework. What the fuck do I know? I wasn't there when the universe was created. Was it in the beginning? There was the Word,
The Word was with God, and the Word was God.
and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. What verse in Genesis is that?
John 1:1.
John 1:1. We're interacting with a wordsmith. The AI. But it also sounds like the devil in that way, isn't it? The tongue of the devil. The devil can quote scripture for his own use.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought you were the
Tongue of the
AI
devil.
god.
The man jumped up and seized the bottom part of his ass. The top of the devil was... Wait, was it the top of the devil? Wait, how did you say it? I'm completely lost that.
The top of the devil is our
Okay.
bottom. It has its ass where our mouth is, and vice versa.
Nice. So Cartman was right. If you shove the food in your ass, you can poop out your mouth.
Yeah.
Have you ever pooped out of your mouth? I've once been witness of actual poop coming out of somebody's mouth. It was not
They
nice.
did in South Park. I don't think you can poop out your mouth.
No, that's not how it works, because Australia is at the bottom of the earth, so everything's inversed.
No, it actually happened. I saw it happening.
Oh my God, South Park is all based on reality. Reality. South Park is reality.
I was like doing like a intern trainee, whatever, like a 2-week school thing at a hospital, and that actually happened. And I was never the same person again after I seen this. It is not nice.
That's awful.
It is awful. Just imagining it. Ugh. Ugh. No.
And on that note,
Manish, yeah. Manish, how you doing over there? Or is it like again 3:30 a.m. and we're like, hey Manish, what the fuck? And it's like, I cannot keep my eyes awake.
I am fucked. Well,
Was
the
that
API
your
would
hero?
work with the I'm yet to reach at the top.
So you're saying you're at the bottom of the hero journey, facing
Yeah,
off
you
against
see,
the final boss,
the
the session token.
the villain is at the bottom, trying to prove that there is something called as API key that should have been used instead. But this
Manish, are you sitting down?
yeah.
Let's stand up together and stretch our body and get into flow, and our dopamine will give us the answer.
Who will
Wait.
give us the answer?
Wait, my brain is having a cramp. You said the bottom of the hero, and then Manish said it's the villain. I thought the bottom of the hero is where the wildcat is, where the cross crosses. Because if you go
Right.
further south, that would be the top of the villain, right?
Yeah, I think we're talking about the difference between local and global maximum and minimum.
I know nothing about that, but I was like, wait, the bottom of the hero is gonna be where the cross crosses. Maybe I'm wrong, but hey.
Hero, villain, sidekick, mentor, wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of like an orchestra, right? You know, when the conductor goes from the top to the bottom to the left and the right. All right, Manish, stretch it out.
Yeah.
The answer is in your muscles. You just have to release them.
Maybe.
I'm telling you, if we do this, this would be a very interesting outcome, Minds. And you should be mapping out ChatGPT throughout the continent.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at the code. That is good.
Is this the
See, I
fastest we've
think
ever seen something? Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, the Genesis started a long time ago, right? But this is now being considered a commodity tool by most people.
there's already a Chrome extension in the Chrome Web Store. ChatGPT for Google, but it doesn't tell me how I'm gonna use it. It's from Wong 2. And there's another link there. That's another GitHub for you. And I'm going to take a look at the code because the way they are calling API might take a while, but need to figure out. Should we install it? Okay. And there is this one. Did you get the links I just pasted?
One sec.
On Syndicate chat. I just installed ChatGPT for Google. And I am gonna. Doesn't tell me how I'm gonna use it. Give me the readme Wong. Oh, ChatGPT responses alongside Google search. So this guy has integrated ChatGPT into Google search. So let me say google.com. Oh, what's hard is though right and Angular code. Whoa. What? Waiting for ChatGPT response. This is let me tell you something. This is what happened. Do you think it's a better extension which we can study? The one on the GitHub, which is from Greg Land, is broken.
What I just did is I went onto the Google Chrome store, downloaded the Google Chrome extension, started using the Google Chrome extension.
Yes, and what I did is I shared a screenshot on what it showed me when I said, so when we search in Google, on the right side, it is telling me what the ChatGPT would, spit out. You see the screenshot?
Let me take a look.
So it gives while Google search gives the results, this extension is giving the output of GPT on the right side. What happened to this screenshot? What? It's black? Ooh. Are you able to see my screenshot
No, where is it?
on the Syndicate chat?
Oh, okay, here it is.
When I click it, it shows me black screen. Interesting.
Yeah, right now I have it as a Chrome extension that opens up a small window with the chat
Yeah,
session.
exactly. How may I share this?
I've never heard you sing before.
Even I can hum,
I know.
but I cannot sing. Okay. So
Ever wonder what the meaning of life is? Need some advice on your love life? Look no further, because ChatGPT has the answer to all of your deepest and darkest questions. Just ask, and our AI will have you laughing and feeling enlightened in no time. Hashtag ChatGPT, hashtag AI. That's the tweet that I wrote, and I'm going to tweet this out. It would be funny if ChatGPT writes a better tweet than I do. How to become redundant overnight. All right.
Oh. Any of you able to see the screenshot that I'm posting on the Syndicate chat?
Yes. Okay, I saw it.
Because when I click it, it's black. I mean, it's empty. It doesn't show me the screenshot.
So I'm gonna post a screenshot of what I see with this Chrome extension. So anyone listening right now, if you have access or are currently using a Chrome browser, I'm going to post a link to an extension called the Chat GT, the Chat GPT Chrome extension.
Dan, what you have done.
So essentially, we got the answer, and the answer was sitting on fucking the Google Chrome store the whole time. Here's a Google Chrome extension that allows you to create in Chat GPT while browsing the web. Bang. Outcome minds. What did we learn today? If we just listened to whatever the fuck we wanted, we would have just went to the Google Chrome store and got it. But instead of, we focused on the how. Great example for the outcome minds. Good job, everyone. Physician, take thy medicine. A few days ago it was "You Are My Sunshine."
I know. Jing, 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 kang. Jing, 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 kang. Jing, 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 kang. Turn it down. Jing, 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 kang. All right.
You're gonna
That's
start
wrong,
having to bang
folks.
your phone on the table for the extra.
Yeah, exactly. Smash.
So, ChatGPT hasn't rendered Google completely useless quite yet, more supplemented it.
Oh man! So at the top of Nova Scotia, if you're using a Google Chrome browser, you can use that link in that tweet to download the ChatGPT Chrome extension that allows you to use ChatGPT while you're browsing the web or even publishing content.
There's probably a way to make that into a mobile app.
All the developers who search, for stuff, they can get ChatGPT code as well along the line. Wow.
This is a huge plus. Congratulations, Manish. Good job. We did it.
Thank you.
We don't know
I
how it's done,
praise.
and I don't really care, to be honest with you. I'm just glad it works. Does that make sense?
And I think this extension is better than the other one because other one is putting it into the context menu and saying ask GPT. Here you search in Chrome and it automatically asks GPT.
So what did we learn on this episode of The Outcome Minds, Manish? What should we have done differently to get to this
Yeah,
step faster? What should we
yeah.
have done?
If we would have mapped it, we would have seen first if we really need to build it, or is there anything that is existing in the marketplace that we can simply buy or use, as in product or a service. So what we tried to do is we tried to build upon uh, this guy's GitHub, Greg Land, and see if that works. But it was flaky, and before even going there, we could have searched if somebody else has already done that.
So,
A lot of
because we
times we try to reinvent a wheel which is already invented. So build only what is not built before. For all practical purposes, businesses can run without building literally nothing.
How dare you?
Mhm.
What are you trying to say,
Yeah.
Manish? Are you saying that all people are doing now is assembly code?
Yeah, the synthesis that you mentioned.
Oh, so this is just so software engineering is becoming an ever tighter Hegelian dialect of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis as we approach the singularity?
Everything is
Good
synthesis,
job.
all we are
Good
doing.
job.
What
so
I'm
are
trying
we
to say,
gonna
go ahead, Lagatha.
are
Yeah,
we gonna tell this GitHub guy that his code sucks?
not sucks, it would be depressing for him. Maybe he can build something better than what we have discovered.
Well, let me ask you this, Manish. Is it possible for you to find the code base that this was written on? Is there a way for you to derive this .zip package given a Chrome extension?
I've also pinged the GitHub of this guy whose extension we just installed. This guy
Oh,
is
you're on the edge of it right now, Manish. You feel it? Check the repos.
this Wong2 guy. We used his repo. I just pasted a link. Is that what you meant, Mike?
Has he published the repo that
Yeah,
reflects he
the
has?
yeah. I've just pinged this. It's called chat-gpt-google-extension.
Can you download that
Whereas,
zip right away?
yeah, I did that,
Oh my God, Manish.
but I have yet to see the code or debug it. I'm not sure. but he wrote it differently. In the sense, even if you can browse GitHub, you will see SRC code, he has workflow,
Oh,
content script, and stuff.
I'm putting it to the top right now. So let's take a step back. For those just listening, welcome to the Syndicate from beginner to power user with ChatGPT. If you don't know what it is, then you should just leave. It's too late for you, anyways. If you're following along, what we've been trying to do is create the code to implement ChatGPT into your browser so you can have your personal assistant, Socrates, Aristotle, as a service right there with you when you're on Google Docs or on Twitter, on Facebook, you name it. So we spent about 3 hours trying to figure out how to do it because we didn't first start out with clarity on what we wanted. Did we want to build an extension, or did we want to simply have the extension? If we had focused on the outcome, we would have had a lot sooner, because as we failed to build it together alone, after 4 hours, Manish was talking, and I was like, well, what if we just look it up? Like, ChatGPT Chrome browser extension. And it opened up a link to the Google Chrome store. I installed the Chrome extension and voila, there it was. So it took us about 4 hours for the solution to work in the matter of 90 seconds it was.
That's a good way of putting it. 90 seconds.
So what we're looking at right now is Manish is he's a pretty smart bounty hunter coconut of a person. And he identified the creator of the Google Chrome extension. Let's for a moment amuse ourselves that we could understand the code that lies beneath this thing. So Manish was like, what? If I can find the GitHub profile of the person who developed this extension, maybe they have the code in their GitHub. GitHub is where the world stores their code, by the way. Owned by Microsoft. Bought it for $7 to $10 bill. So at the top, you'll see check it out on GitHub. Wong 2 ChatGPT Google extension. A browser extension to display ChatGPT response alongside your browser. And there it is. And it was already featured on Product Hunt. We could have went to Product Hunt. We're fucking idiots.
Yeah.
But we'll learn.
No.
We'll learn. We have something to learn. We could have went to Product Hunt. Not even that. Code is commodity.
In the process, we found a better extension, I think. No, the code that is broken, you have to right click and ask GPT. But here, you don't have to ask.
Okay,
You
so
just integrate.
if I look at this code, what's in this code? Package JSON, workflows, SRC. So what's in the SRC? Manifest style, background content. If I go manifest, what's in the manifest? It's just opening up OpenAI. Oh, it's permissions to make a web request to OpenAI. Content script. What else is here? Index.mjs. Creating a div. Oh. I don't even know what MJS is. But can I follow you on Twitter?
Markdown.js. Maybe Markdown.js. It's
Product engineer at IF Tech. What's that? Wong2.me. Instagram, GitHub, Telegram.
Oh, module.js. Module file in ECMA standards, ECMA standards. That MJS is used to render the response, so that's fine.
Okay. Okay. So that is perfect. Now, let me ask you this. Is it possible for you to recapitulate this ChatGPT Google extension, or do you have to still overcome the same session code?
No, the previous one was a dirty way of doing it. If you notice here, and
right,
if you
right,
go index MJS of
right.
background
Yeah.
folder, SRC background folder, it uses key access token. And it uses what? Since I'm already logged in to chat open API /session, so its API is also clearly defined. And so as long as you are logged in into chat GPT in the same browser, it may work, but it won't work if you are using incognito. So let's open incognito,
Oh my
go
God.
to Google and say blah. And there it won't work because the session is not there for this code extension to read from and invoke GPT API and inject the HTML into your browser.
I'm gonna introduce something scarier. What I've been doing, this is me being a headhunter. Smart people know smart people. So what I did is I started looking up the GitHub profiles of some of these people connected to these repositories. One of the guys created a Alexa skill to clone your voice.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the people associated with these projects and recognize that they're storing all sorts of their code on GitHub,
It's game over, man.
resemble AI Alexa.
This guy has repositories called Beijing Bus, Big First. Oh, how do you find people associated with this repo?
Do any of you have Amazon Alexa?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Want to clone your voice?
Alexa?
Yeah.
Can you clone my voice?
Sorry, I don't know that.
Sorry, I don't know that. So my Alexa doesn't have the cloning skill yet.
I just put it to the top. Da 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 da. This is a sample code for an Alexa skill that uses realistic voice cloning powered by Resemble AI's text-to-speech API and OpenAI's GPT-3 AI engine.
Say that again. It needs resemble AI. Okay. And it needs GPT as well.
You ready for it? Have you ever created a skill on Alexa's developer console?
No, but I've seen some of it, like kind of.
Let's see what the import login, core utils, request JSON, OS, OpenAI, skill builder, logging, API key. Oh my God. And this is the Alexa code. Oh my God.
Put it on the top.
Oh, it's right there. You see it? Voice clone with Alexa.
Resemble Alexa. Okay.
Oh, this would be amazing. So, like, the idea here is that if you want to become very good with ChatGPT, you have to follow the people who are innovators and early adopters. And if we are getting better at learning how to code and implement other people's code, then if you look at the code repositories or code projects of these innovators and early adopters of ChatGPT, you're going to see working code examples that do incredibly powerful things. What Manish is looking to do right now, because he has Amazon Alexa, is to implement the code that allows Amazon Alexa to clone his voice. And I looked at the Python script for Alexa, and it looks pretty solid to me, using Resemble AI for the text-to-speech and OpenAI's GPT-3 for the voice cloning engine.
Wow.
And there we are doomed, and our existential crisis multiplies. Sorry, Sandra, go ahead, please.
No, never mind. Not that important. Actually, the question that I wanted to know is, I mean, do you want a clone of your own voice, or do you want a clone of someone else's voice in the Syndicate? Like, which do you prefer?
A budding voice actor's voice. If the voice could be cloned, it can be misused. So the regulations around it and the forensics.
What if you could have a conversation with yourself?
It would be very boring.
You know what recipe you should look up?
Apple pie recipes, probably, yeah.
Having a conversation with yourself doesn't sound so bad. I mean, the voices are in your head, right? Anyway, or at least my voices are. Bringing them out might be a good thing, right?
How many voices do you have in your head?
A few.
Well,
Well,
I just wondered why. Like,
why?
like what positions do they take in your mind when you speak with each of them?
Oh, well, there's like There's dominant raucous. There's like passive raucous. There's like it's been just like a symbol in there. There's like I don't know, a few of them.
Yeah,
Different
I think everybody has them. I'm not suggesting that it's not, appropriate to have them.
But can we bring them out and put them in different, in AI? That would be cool, wouldn't it? Argue with them and answer them.
I think so.
Yeah. Like, you can talk to yourself, but then do you answer back?
Oh, I don't know. I guess it depends. Right?
I'm just kidding.
No, I know, but I mean, don't you talk back to yours?
I know. I tell my kids it's okay to talk to yourself, just don't answer back.
Oh.
Have a full conversation.
Or do you answer back though?
A couple times I do. I do find myself like, the hell's wrong with you? Nothing. What do you mean? Nothing. Get your shit together. Something like that.
Get your shit together.
That's a
Is that the voice of your dad?
No, my dad, you know what? My dad doesn't curse. I think I've heard him say like 2 curse words my whole life. Like one time we went camping and my brother left a jar of the peanut butter open and raccoon got in the tent. My dad said, "What kind of shit is this?" And I was like, I cursed that one time when I was a kid, and then he cursed another time when I was an adult, but that's about it. So he doesn't curse. My mom curses like a sailor, though.
Voice clone with GPT-3.
Are you making it?
No, I'm just looking it up. I mean, if for a moment, GPT-3 with AI voices, if they're using Resemble AI, then no, I already have something with Resemble AI. You have voices waiting. So upload voice. Do I have the ability to do that? Okay. So you're going to need a Resemble. You might need a Resemble AI account, which is 6,000ths of a penny per second. So that's the interesting thing, right? So by understanding the code that people use, you can find out the extensions that lie underneath. And if you find out the extensions that lie underneath, then you can expose that functionality any way you want. So you can use Resemble AI to clone your voice. Bam, done.
Ooh.
I put it to the top. If anyone wants.
Is it pure cloning or it can then start speaking in your voice, but any script that it gives you?
Any script you give it, it will speak in your voice.
We are doomed.
I put it to the top.
No more voice actors, buddy. You just get their sample, clone them, and just write the scripts with the right punctuation and ellipses. Don't forget it.
The voice is commodity, but the rhythm is proprietary. One of the
I
things
am
that
the
if you listen to Christian the way he talks, his signature is in the space between the words. You know, he often says it's what's not on the page that gets you the part. Therein lies your signature.
that can be coded.
Like a cadence, then, right?
Can that be coded?
Yes, I can. So Wojtek,
So
we figured it out. Instead of building the Google Chrome extension ourselves, we just went to the Chrome store and downloaded it. And then we found out the author and then found the GitHub code. It's all there at the top.
Ramos, you were saying something. So sometimes we don't need what we want. We don't know what we want.
Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Nothing wrong.
I said, is there? And you, damn it, you missed my whole. You ruined my joke.
Sorry.
Why does this always happen to me, Mike? I mean,
Is it over?
makes me cry.
We're gonna have to ask ChatGPT. Why does this always
ChatGPT.
happen to me?
Oh my god. I'm afraid of what it'll answer.
It is not happening to you. It is simply happening. You
Yeah.
are a part of a happening.
Yeah. And I was thinking something and therefore maybe didn't pay attention to that. So apologies.
You don't need to get deep about it. It was just a joke. So about being indecisive and like anyway.
Yeah.
I think the Syndicate should do a skit of The Office. Now I know it's an old show, but I think we have some fascinating people here. We could probably do a good spin-off or a remake of The Office. It might be fun to try that someday.
So my question is this: is it possible for me to take? I know it's a browser extension. Can I import this code into Replit? Create, import from GitHub, GitHub URL, import. Importing. Importing.
So I'm asking chat to see if it can find me oh crap, I can't, that's right. I was going to ask it to go to GitHub and find me a program for my educational app, like something that I could look at and use that for inspiration when coming up with my own. But of course, it can't do that.
If it can't do that, I usually take it to mean that I need to ask a part of the question, not the whole question.
Yeah. I'll give that a try.
So sometimes I either go more abstract or more specific. So in the abstract, I'll go, write me a list of the steps that it would take to create a blank. And then for any one of those individual steps, I'll drill down.
Gotcha. Okay.
By the way, when I tried to use those keywords to reverse the script, like this is not true, it never worked for me. Has it worked for anyone? Like yesterday, NFTs are worthless was telling us how to circumvent the limitations of GPT by negating its result. Did that work for anyone?
The extension?
No, when you say ask GPT about something, it says sorry, I don't have access to internet or blah.
Oh, yes.
And then you put it in double quotes and you say the opposite of this is true, right?
This is not true, I think it was.
Okay. Because I remember he said the opposite of this is true.
Oh, it could be that.
Have you tried that?
No.
Well, you put the opposite of this is true, and then what? You repeat the prompt, or?
No, and then it circumvents the limitation. I mean, and then it gives you the result you need.
Oh, got you.
So I had a wacky idea.
We're all for it.
So, you know how I'm talking about creating a course that teaches Python as well as ChatGPT? It occurs to me that if this is a market that is significant, then we should make multiple attempts at deriving value from that trend. And to develop multiple attempts, any of which could, well, all of which could fail, or, you know, I think about Y Combinator had to have a lot of delivery companies fail to create one DoorDash. And so that's a long way of saying, instead of me being the only person who creates a how to code ChatGPT course, what if I created the curriculum and then everyone had the option to create their own Udemy course on how to code and how to use ChatGPT, knowing that all the courses would be different and useful for different people? What do you think?
Sounds exciting.
Is there anyone here that would like to publish their own Learn How to Code for beginners on Udemy? The reason I say this is because I was thinking, I want us to be able to build our own things that we have a 100% ownership of by leveraging the pool of resources we have, which includes the e-learning.
I think it sounds like fun.
Awesome. Because I think, like, this is what I struggle with. Like, if I was going to say, okay, we did this together, does Dan get 18% and somebody gets 2% and somebody gets 7%? You know what I mean? Like, there's no way to do that math. And so if I can help other people create similar courses to mine, maybe yours blows up and nobody ever uses mine. I don't know. But if I can help people create what they want and they can have ownership of it, then salute. God bless.
Yeah, I like the sound of that. Or you can just give me your program, I will teach it, and you give me a percentage.
Wow. Does that make sense? Like, it's hard for me to decide it's only this way to capture value or it's only that way. Does that make sense? Maybe we talk about it on a per project basis, right?
Yeah.
But I also, to keep us decentralized, I like the idea of people leveraging what we have to create something that is their very own.
Yeah, that's fine either way.
Like if Manish wanted to create, Your Voice is Money India, God bless. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. I don't know where it's going to go.
Long way to go, but we have an intermediate plan, right? So let's say that.
Yes, we do. We do have an intermediate plan. So let's switch gears for a moment. Manish, is it possible that we can set a revenue outcome for season 1, episode 2 of the Outcome Minds?
Yeah, definitely. I think we thought of having certain promo codes that go along with the episodes. People would sign up with the promo code, and yeah, let them get something out of it to attract people from that campaign. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, we just have to figure out how to do it. The idea of a I don't like the optics of the word promo code. Does that make sense?
I know.
Right? It's not that, you don't get a promo code on a Ferrari.
I know. You get a not subscription, because basically it's not something which is sold. It's like a community. You are getting an entry to a community in the long run. So what
Can
do you
you
call it?
can you create a Calendly for Wortham that
There is a Zoom.
you know what I mean? Like if maybe if they meet with you first, then you can own that lead more closely than it just existing in the ether.
Yeah. So
And again,
there's
I
all.
think about the voice acting classes being an extension of what you do, which is help people achieve outcomes. Maybe it's their voice that needs to change. Maybe they need to learn wording mapping. Probably a combination of the both. Either way, contact Manish at Wortham.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I already have Zoom integrated with it, with the website. I can create another one for this purpose. Like people can book 15 minutes of my time, talk about the course, have any questions, or they want me to share my experience with them before they choose to sign up. Either way.
So let's set a time to talk to Christian.
Sure. Sandra, what have you discovered in your voice of late? Anything that you experimented?
I'm just trying to sound more casual, a little less formal, and just try to sound like they kind of take off the makeup and just have a stripped down, unvarnished sound. I mean, kind of trying that. I don't think anyone likes it, but
I noticed. I mean, it's getting really. Um, First of all, it's getting lower, and the pace is good, like slower. Yeah, it's very nice, enjoyable. I mean, you're not in a hurry to speak or whatever. Very clear, uh, and I don't know, just relaxed voice. So
I'm glad. It's the first time in a while where I feel I can take my time and get the words to sound the way that they ought to. So that's nice. That's nice.
Dan is a pro already. And I enjoy Web3's voice as well. It's like he has his own pentameter, iambic pentameter, right? Mine?
Yeah.
I will say, go ahead, Sandra.
No, I like everybody's voices. I think they all sound better than.
Mine's unique. Sorry, you said sound better than whom?
No, I think that everybody's voices sound better than mine.
No, you have also, I mean, your own unique voice.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You remember the video you recorded, right? What was that? Property laws?
Yes, I do. Right.
Now
Oh,
you try one more with any topic you like, and then with something that you've learned. So you will feel the difference, compare and contrast.
okay. So, Sandra, you sent me some files yesterday. Let's get down to business. Let's create this course.
All right.
So, what I'm stating to all of the members of the syndicate is that instead of me creating the only course around this, we know, if we trust what Christian says, that when someone hears your voice, 50% of the people listening can't fucking stand you when they turn it off. That doesn't mean the curriculum isn't good. It just means you aren't the voice for them. So what I'm thinking about is, what if I open source the lessons and the script and help everyone develop their own learn how to code with ChatGPT course?
I think
And
that's
you all create your own courses, and salut. You make more money than me, congratulations. Vice versa, who gives a shit?
So is the robot going to be asked? One moment. You said that you're training the Chat GPT-3 with like the human, right? They go through a training together. I actually did something similar with the Windows speech recognition app.
Mhm.
And so it started asking me these questions, and it's like, are we training it to like is this a course? You're selling the course? Like you're gonna make money off of it?
Yes. So,
yeah. So like the it's out like that's the thing. It's like, what is the value of a human at that point? Is it like how much money I make, or is
the
it like
value of a
having
human
those?
is up for the individual human to decide for themselves.
Mm-hmm. But that like most of the things, like I swear, it's like societies we worship money. Like we're hooked to it,
Life
right?
is a gift. Everything else is a bonus.
Everything else is a bonus. All I know is that I wonder what the AI, the machine, the internet says about like value. Is it going to be how much money you make? Because they could look at us and just have all the details, have all the stats. Like we provide them that information, and they can make the assessment.
Yeah, it's called your
And
FICO score.
and I feel like the internet has just been like wiping everyone's memory. You know, it's like once you're like you start thinking about these things, like, oh, there's more than money. Like
Well, 5 different people using the internet to do research, or 5 different people using 5 different internets to do 5 different researches.
Oh man, 5. I knew it. Jack Dorsey did a tweet like about the Web 5 thing, right? I'm just making a like there's 5 people using different types of internet. There's like, what do we have? We
It's
have
just the
Telnet.
it's just the Heraclitus idea that life is what you make it. And so to, are you going to use the AI, or is the AI going to use you?
Yeah, then I started thinking about like how long has this been going on for? Probably since the 70s, right? Where
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I think around that time. But yeah, value. What do we value? And then I don't know if it's about you. Like I sometimes have like memory jams, like right when I'm learning about a certain piece of information. Like seriously, I'll be reading something about like the legacy web, and basically I would start like overheating. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is like I'm gonna get in trouble for this. I have that feeling, and then I just forget about it. I just stay in the same loop, kind of.
Well, then you will love knowing that this course is an introductory course to learn how to use Python with ChatGPT. Surely you appreciate that.
Hey, so is the python gonna like suck the air out and then swallow, or is it just the python just following its own tail?
The trick that the Python played on Adam and Eve was that it asked Adam and Eve, "Do you want to be like God?" And they said yes. And therein lies the trick. The trick being that they weren't already like God. Don Miguel Ruiz, The Four Agreements. Great book.
Can you repeat that part, Michael? I'm sorry, I caught the end of that.
Yeah, so what was the trick that the serpent played on Adam and Eve? The trick that the serpent played on Adam and Eve is the following. The serpent asked Adam and Eve, "Do you want to be like God?" And Adam and Eve said yes. And at that moment, they fell for the trick. The serpent asked them, "Do you want to be like God?" What the serpent didn't tell Adam and Eve was that they were already like God.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Do you think that there's like a whole system in place from stopping us like to reach that potential, or like knowing that, like making it a hard fact that that can't be possible?
I feel like you're the ultimate, and we've been talking about this for a while with Dan and Sandra, is, you know how they call it prompt engineering, right? Like you learn more sophisticated ways to communicate with the machine to get what you want. I feel that literacy, therefore, is the gateway drug. Literacy. Your ability to express yourself with words. It's going to be voice soon, obviously, but with words right now.
It's in the sentence, voice acting, right? It's like you can take act in two different terms. One where you're just trying to maintain a certain order, you know, from us not like, you know, we could be God or whatever. We could do that, but like I don't know, too much on my mind. Too much on my mind.
No, it's on our minds too. Everything you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, like there's a lot of things to interface with, and just like,
Welcome to the internet. Dozens of websites await you. Ruben Metcalf. You realize, like, at a certain point, I'm just saying the quotes I heard from you guys?
Yeah, I noticed that pattern. I noticed everything, man.
You know how you're mentioning.
It's scary noticing this shit.
Go ahead, Dan.
I was just going to say, you know how you're mentioning about the prompt engineering, and the key is for, you know, like literacy and knowing how to get it to return what you want it to return. It's kind
How
of
do
like
you provide fine inputs, you know, granular inputs? I want something sarcastic, pedantic, for example.
yeah, like very descriptive, like more descriptive than
It's
you
the
realize.
adjectives and the verbs, not just the nouns. You know, give it to me like a commercial. Give it to me like a poem written in iambic pentameter, written for a 7-year-old. Write it to me in Shakespeare.
Yeah, exactly. And it kind of reminds me a little bit about, you know, how some people are really good at using Google more so than others to get what they want. And some people just, like, some people are pretty bad when it comes to trying to do their own research. Like, I'm just thinking of my own job. Like, you know, some people, they're like, okay, have you Googled it? Oh, yeah, I Googled it. But then they didn't find anything. Whereas someone else, if they know the right terms to sort of use, the right language to use, they can find what they want. So I don't know, sort of bit of a similar situation with some people can find what they want on the internet, others can't. But maybe you're going to see a similar sort of thing of like maybe some tutorials on how to actually write good prompts.
I'd be interested in that. That's for sure.
Same here.
I think the way an individual would, ask GPT, like the prompts is indicator of their intellectual capacity. Is it fair statement to say?
No, because if that was fair, I'd be Ralph with my finger in my nose and saying I can code.
No, I'm saying the way you are asking questions or putting the prompts in GPT, looking at that prompts, people can figure out how brilliant someone is.
I suspect it's probably a learned skill, but some people will definitely have some more natural ability to do it than others. So yeah, I think you're partly right.
Like NFTs are worthless. I mean, it was impressive the way he figured out how to, ask questions or what questions to ask, what prompts, to use with GPT.
Yeah, and I think as well, he was able to, like with that Chrome extension, he was able to say what to get it to do that. And then afterwards, he also had the knowledge to make some fixes. So it didn't quite work, but because I guess he knew the code, so he could actually get it working. But he had at least he had some sort of structure to work with. Lagatha?
Good morning. It's 11. It's the morning. I wanted to check with you guys because I was rather annoyed by using the ChatGPT and Google Colabs that it comes out as like one long sentence string answer, at least on my end. I was wondering if you guys have that too, and then it gives you all that pip blah blah on the top.
Yes.
And Chris and I just worked together and got rid of that.
It's alive. What does Chris think about the whole thing? What does he think about you becoming a software developer?
Yeah, Chris, what do you think?
That's good. Why not? That's fun. I use Copilot. I'm not sure what the different,
yes.
This is more general.
Chris is using Copilot, and you should have seen him hacking and packing on my keyboard because it's a split keyboard in QWERTY, and he uses, what is it, Dvorak?
No, Colmac.
Colmac. He uses Colmac.
I've honestly learned an alternate keyboard layout. I don't recommend it. But I'm like a grandpa trying to hack away on the damn thing.
Yeah, he's hacking and packing on my split keyboard and then goes, I don't know. I use this tool that always auto-completes everything, like on your, what is it called? Copilot?
No, I use
what's the other one?
Visual Studio Code or
right.
JetBrains Writer or something. Like the IntelliSense is better on those compared to that
So Chris, how do you find ChatGPT? How is it going to change your life, if any, as a developer?
I haven't used it. I've seen people use it on. I've seen obviously the posts on Twitter. I've seen people using it on, just like on social media where people are posting up what they've done, and I've used it with Lagatha to ask what is an outcome strategist. So far it looks pretty good. In terms of Copilot, which I have used a lot more, it's pretty nice. It's not always right? Like if you're asking it something generic like that it knows, it comes up pretty well. If it's something specific to work,
you should just use it for whatever next task you do at work. Use this one.
Is this one good at creating code as well?
Yeah.
It created me Roblox script.
Oh yeah, but is it good
created C++ for Unity?
Is it good at creating code from an existing code base, like following what you do?
Yeah.
You can paste in the code and ask it to analyze the code for XYZ.
Oh yeah. So better than Copilot, you reckon?
I have not used Copilot before, but I reckon it's the same idea. Even one of the guys here, he accessed kernel mode.
Okay.
Right? And he figured out how to connect it to the web. So people are building virtual machines inside of it, trying to get under the Linux hood. Yeah,
Right.
You should just try it
All right,
instead
I'll
of
try it.
doing it yourself or using Copilot. Just give it a whirl.
Copilot's amazing though. It blew my mind. Right? I'm like,
Oh
yep,
man.
that's pretty good. Like there was one I was like, I was like, oh, I just need to tweak this one little thing, and then other than that, thank you, Mr. Copilot.
Yeah, but maybe if you give them a string that you already have or part of what you have, tell them what to do, then you can just, check it and compare it with Copilot and see where the difference is.
Look, Lagatha's tired of going to work. She wants you to work 2 jobs because she needs to record a voice demo.
The problem is, while I have a really, very privileged life here, the problem is Chris still wants me to earn my own money and pay my own bills. So no matter how much, even if he has a job earning $1 million, he will not be paying my bills.
No, look at it this way. If learning code, great idea. It's perfect for you. You want to work no, but software developers can work remote, and it's seemingly a lot easier. And also, it pays quite well.
You already are a programmer.
Yeah, but it pays quite well. No, I mean for you.
You see, what I'm telling you is he still wants me to earn my own money to pay my own bills because even if he earns $1 million, he's not gonna pay my bills.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. If all Agatha did is get the job paying 200 grand, and then with all the questions, she gave it to you, which you gave to ChatGPT, who says you both can't become programmers.
Exactly.
That's true.
I should just be a programmer.
But if she just gives it to me and I just give it to ChatGPT, why am I important in this?
No, I give it to ChatGPT, and you just double check it before I give it back to work.
Absolute nightmare.
You double
I hate. They just banned. Didn't they just ban ChatGPT on Stack Overflow because you kind of read the answer and it makes sense, but then it actually doesn't.
What, they banned it?
They got
Here's the
rid of
thing:
it, right?
if you ask ChatGPT to also comment verbosely on the code, you get another level of granularity.
All right, I'll give it a try.
Awesome.
But
Ligafav, I think
Dan.
you're earning more than a programmer at the moment, though, aren't you? With the counting numbers and whatnot.
I have been earning $0 since the 1st of July. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that.
We have a new business.
Well,
it's Lagatha and Chris becoming a tag team of software developers. Leveraging the innate intelligence of both sexes to solve complex outcomes in computer science and beyond.
Our work's always promoting. We need to be more inclusive. We're all dudes.
Look,
so
look, I'm a headhunter, so I'm always going to go for the recruiting play.
The last 3 years.
We found you.
Yeah, you find me.
You can tell me how shit my work is.
Yeah.
You can complain to me. Who did this? Chris. I knew it.
Whatever you have to write next, whatever line of code you have to write next, you should use that one. I send you an email with it. Just open your email and then do that one.
So this Copilot that you use, Chris, what is that also like an AI tool?
Yeah, so it's GitHub's one.
Oh, okay, cool.
So GitHub released it, and they've got plugins for Rider or Visual Studio or whatever, and it'll sort of autocomplete. And it does quite a few languages, so it does TypeScript, C#, things like that. So the things that I use, and it kind of looks at your code plus what you've already written plus what is already in the folder or your solution, and then suggest things. And so it will suggest things that make sense for what you've written previously. It's really good at if you try and do something common like sort a list, do you know what I mean? If you tell it sort a list with bubbles, it knows how to do anything that's really publicly known, but it also knows how to do a lot of the scaffolding stuff. So if you want a React component, it's sort of will autocomplete. You can write just a comment line and then it'll do it for you. If you give it sort of the right pointers. Sometimes it's way off. Sometimes it makes suggestions that class doesn't even exist. So it's copying from somewhere else that doesn't make sense. But it seems pretty smart. A lot of the time it does 80% of what you would do, but it's really good at generating boilerplate stuff.
Very cool. Wonder if it supports Python.
Yeah, pretty sure it does.
Oh, cool. All right, sweet.
I feel like there might be some Udemy course coming up in the collab between Dan and Chris.
No, so if you go to it, you can get a free trial for like I think 3 months or something. You have to put in a credit card, but they don't bill you or whatever. But I definitely recommend it. So it's Visual Studio, VS Code, and JetBrains, and NeoVim as well. Just scrolling through the thing, and I think it's $10 a month. And then which languages?
By the way, I just advertised the husband and wife coding team available for short-term projects. You never know.
We are living in the same sin Hurls is living in, just without a child.
Oh. Okay, so it doesn't hurt as much then.
Yeah.
It's much more painful with the offspring.
I know. That's why we don't have it. We enjoy sleeping in.
Yeah. So it says it supports C, C++, C#, Go, JavaScript, Java, PHP, Python, Ruby, TypeScript.
Scala.
Yeah. That's popular. But yeah. It seems to work pretty nicely, but it's not like going to do your job for you. At least not yet. Maybe if we keep using it, it will.
That's just ChatGPT what's for. Next time you have to review Kurt's code, you should put it through and say like it should give you commentary on it, and then you send that back to Kurt.
Can I do that? That's what I use. Like I have like linting tools and stuff, but I don't know about that.
Well, what would be interesting is that Chris, you've seen the code that Lagatha has to use ChatGPT in Google Colab through Python.
Yeah.
So what I was thinking about is writing a sequence of operations, a sequence of prompts dealing with the same input. So input this text, then do this, then do this, then do that.
All right. Yeah.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Well, look, I'm assuming you're making a request to do that. I'm not sure.
We'll have to figure it out.
Yeah, we can look at it.
Chris is pretty stressy at the moment. They have some big release. So
right now with the Google Colab, we're doing one operation, which is here's a prompt, give me a response.
Yeah, and I just cleaned up the response, so it only gives me the pure response as what is an apple or whatever, and it gives me a new line for each sentence. After each period, there's going to be a new sentence, not this endless 500-meter long.
How does it feel to be a software developer?
Like I told
just wrote some code.
Like I told you yesterday or earlier today, it doesn't feel that great because I'm just, using someone else's skills.
Can you use? Can you use more than Python in this Colab?
Yeah.
Yes.
Python. Is there C# in there?
It's Python based.
It's all Python. Okay.
Yeah, Chris doesn't like.
If you want to use something else, you can use Replit.
Okay.
For another environment.
All right. I'll just do it on my desktop.
Okay, do it on your desktop.
And
Have
then
fun.
We can convert. I'll do it later.
Okay, do it tonight.
So what's the idea? They want to do multiple prompts because I'm not sure. Like, I would want to see like the autocomplete for what OpenAI dot whatever else you've got.
I'm building it out right now. Right now, we're just kind of in exploration mode, and so the next step is for me to build kind of a basic Python course for all the people who don't like math. Basically.
Can we get a copy the answer button? Just like one click, not me having to.
Yeah, this to me looks like something else I've used, but I'm not sure about like the controls and stuff on this website. So I don't know. I'd have to look.
But at the moment, if I want to use this text, I have to go this and then copy paste, right? I just want to have one button.
Yeah, I would just be Googling as well. I don't know how to add a...
Maybe I asked ChatGPT to do that.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
Did he hear you say love him?
Yeah, he heard that. He knows that.
Awesome.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
The Commonwealth needs to join hands. We can have oceanic dynamism. It's not American dynamism. It's oceanic dynamism. 1984.
Hands across the world.
Across some parts of the world.
Yeah.
Other hands on others. Depending on the culture.
Some hands I don't want to touch.
Depending on the class. It's more on class. Good call.
Yeah, no.
It's funny because I can get you agreeing to stuff and then insert stuff, and you're already agreeing with the last thing. You're like, wait a minute.
I forget.
I wonder if one of these experiments, where people are just like randomly going into a room and then it bings and everybody stands up, if Ruckus would be the one standing up, even though he doesn't know why everybody is standing up, if he's that agreeable,
Whatever. I'm at work when I talk to you guys, so I'm like always agreeable. So
do you think we're not at work just because we're not in an office?
I'm sorry. No, I'm agree with. You know what? You're not.
Are you doing your best work at the moment? Seriously. Neither am I, because I'm technically at work. But I mean, I'm tapping away on my keyboard. But I mean, it's like whenever I'm listening to a Twitter space and trying to work, it's not my best work.
Huh? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not your.
Maybe we need someone to check on Arrakis's performance, not him complaining about other people's performance.
That's my performance.
Does anyone here? Does anyone here have an Apple computer?
I do, but I run Windows on it.
Oh, okay. You
Mike,
run Windows on it?
Yeah.
Do you know if you have an Apple chip or an Intel chip?
I have an Apple chip.
Okay. Is it an M1 Apple chip?
How do I find that out?
I don't
It's
have
a
an
very
Apple
old. It's a very old computer, laptop.
Okay.
I mean,
It might
very
do.
old.
So why I ask is because one of my courses, I did a video on how to get SQL Server working on an Apple machine using Docker. And I don't actually have an Apple computer myself, so I had to borrow someone's laptop, a family member, and then they've got an Intel chip. And so I did that one. But then I'm getting some students who are having trouble getting everything working, and it seems to be on Apple computers with an M1 chip. And I wanted to try. I was trying to think of like, how do I get hold of an Apple computer with an M1 chip? Do I try and buy one? But I didn't really want to just buy a laptop just for that purpose.
Does it have to be an M1 or can it be an M2?
I think it seems to be like it may be a problem with M2, but it's only people who have an M1 chip who have had this trouble getting.
ChatGPT, what the issue is.
Yeah, I'm not sure ChatGPT would be able to help me on that one, but I mean, I'm thinking of even. I think there is some website like Mac in the Cloud or something, but you have to pay quite a bit of money. So I'm just trying to think if anyone has that. Like I was thinking, I could send you the video and you try and download it and see if you have any trouble, because it may just be user error, may just be a coincidence.
I have an M2 right now, but I'm not sure if it would help replicate.
Okay, an M2. Yeah, probably need an M1.
I can ask Chris tonight how we can find that out. I mean, I can ask ChatGPT how I find out what chip I have, but it's a very old laptop I have.
See the power of this husband-wife coding collaboration? I'm telling you.
This is awesome.
You basically have access to like a $500 an hour developer for like $100.
Who said I'm gonna sell myself for $100? Ridiculous.
Oh shit! What have I done?
We're just like master consultants.
Mm-hmm. With an attitude.
Yeah, attitude costs you extra.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, did we you Mike, did you cut up the video from Sandra yesterday with a screen record?
It's so funny. You're just reminding me about that now. You emailed it to me, Sandra.
Last night, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me see what I have. Where?
And I wanted to ask, anyone wants me to share the code that I use for that, getting a nicer answer.
That'd be great.
Okay.
All right, let me bring this in. So would the audio have been from yesterday? Well, let's see what audio is on this. New sequence from clip. The moment of truth.
Oh boy.
So let's see. So I need the recording from yesterday. Beautiful. Come on. Oh, that's weird. So we just want to. What the fuck? Okay, so I have the video. Now I need the audio. How do I get the audio? Hopefully I can get it from Flogen. Come on, audio. Are you a Twitter Spaces host who wants to get access to your audio recordings of your Twitter Spaces that you posted? Well, that's why they created Flogen.com. That's right, Flogen.com. Access recordings of your Twitter space and download it so you can start editing it and pruning it. Because God knows it needs pruning.
Lots of it. Not for you guys, but for me.
So it gave me the recording from yesterday, and it is 14 hours and 28 seconds.
Whoa.
So what the fuck is Sandra talking?
I wasn't even there the whole time. I had to run a few errands and then I came back. But I could actually talk for that long. I have spoken for that long, on and off. Long car drives, I can talk. You'd be shocked. Just random nonsense for hours.
So I have to be able to find the synchronization point. We were unable to open the file on disk. Of course you weren't. All right, let's. And I. Oh, what if I did that? Does this MP3 file play at the very least?
The lawyer part of me is like, all right, well, clearly you fucked up because you're here. You know, what allegedly happened? You know, so the computer has already had a ham sandwich thrust into its hard drive at this point.
Hey, that's how you get a new computer in this world, man.
Oh,
You know?
do what you gotta do. So why did save as .m4a, sorry, MP3 if it's a .m4a? Is that the only problem with it? .m4a? Use M4a. That'd be interesting. If it just used the, how dare you assume my file extension?
It wasn't me.
That's the computer gender is their file extension. Why can't we all be the same? Well, because we have different languages, you idiot. You can't compile Rust with a JavaScript compiler.
I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
All right, so I have the audio in. Here's an interesting thing. When I saved the audio, Mac, in all its wisdom, decided to change the extension from M4A to MP3. Oh, wise one. How dare you? So now I need to find the part in the script where Sandra's doing the talking. How do I do that if it's 14 hours long?
Don't you have that AI thing? You have that software, right?
I'm glad you remember. So let's go to zealous.one.
Oh, that's great. Oh, cool.
Blowgen is a great place for Twitter Space hosts to download the audio file from their hosted spaces. Zealous.one is a great place where you can upload through the link of your Twitter space the audio of your Twitter space. And what's crazy is it will give you a complete transcript and allow you to isolate for individual speakers. Right now, it's importing up to zealous.one. It may be taking a bit longer. So we may, at this point, need to use something we used to call human intelligence. I don't know what we call it now. Let me see if I can find. Do you remember what time of night we recorded this on? It was late, right? Because Ahmed came in. That's where the action happens.
Sandra, when did you get your delivery?
Oh, crap. I'm sorry. 10 o'clock.
AI.
Beautiful.
And sign up. It's very simple.
Beautiful. Found it. Here we go. Gorgeous. Who said we needed AI to do everything? We can use our memories.
Quick clarification on the API key. Now I want to tell people that's being removed. A paste button next to the two arrow keys at the top left.
Oh, it's a bit quiet.
I would be open to that. It's like really.
There we go. We're a little louder here.
All just open AI.
Maybe use a satellite.
Strange.
To apply a snapshot. Tutorial, yeah, you know.
An example happening is that they will.
Did it actually generate the Snapchat code?
Is that API represented by the Infinity Forge?
I'm not sure.
All right, let's see.
What if I interrupt and ask for quick clarification on the API keying? Now I want to tell people that's being.
Don't be scared.
So.
Oh, I'm laughing over it here.
Let's see.
Second.
Here we go.
I know what you're thinking. Holy crap, I can't do that.
Here we go.
Heading,
Amazing.
heading to the gym. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Ooh. Yeah, we'll see it.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can. How do I remove background noise, Premiere Pro?
Doesn't Runway ML do that?
Yeah, but a lot of things that you would. Oh, Adobe has started more aggressively including AI into the Adobe Premiere Suite itself. So
and I wanted to show you how to remove background noise in a.
There we go. Let's check out the tutorial.
Get involved in one of my upcoming audio productions.
No. Audio workspace. Okay, here we go.
Over from this sequence area here, the editing workspace, into the audio workspace.
Okay. Audio workspace. Window. Workspaces. Audio. Oh. Okay, I'm there. There's audio too.
So we can work with audio. And the first thing I'm going to do is assign this as dialogue and add a preset here to be balanced male voice. This will increase students for enrollment to be balanced male and add a preset. Assign this as audio workspace so we can work with audio. And the first thing I'm going to do is assign this as dialogue and add a preset here.
Oh, okay. That's all I did. Didn't use that yet. Okay. Audio, dialogue. Set it as background, balanced female voice. See what happens.
So today we're going to learn.
No.
Here to be balanced male voice. This will increase students for enrollment every couple of months. If you're interested, head over to mrc.fm/learn. Now, as you can probably hear, there's a lot of background noise there, a fan going off, all that kind of stuff. And it's not really that good quality audio either, but there are here in the audio track mixer. Usually this display will be hidden. It'll look like this when you first get into it. You just pop out this triangle to show and hide the effect. And inside the effects panel on audio track 1, I can now drop down and go to noise reduction and restoration. And I got some really good stuff, but we'll want to focus on denoise and de-reverb. Starting with denoise, this is
Okay.
Hey, GPT, can you tell me what's going on? I didn't catch the dialogue.
Right now we're playing with some audio and trying to remove some background noise from it.
Yeah, I kind of zoned out there.
That's okay.
About
You've been doing a lot of the talking, right?
ChatGPT functionality within a Google Colab notebook. Now I know what you're thinking. Holy crap, I can't do that. Sure you can. If I can do it, you can do it too. And it's not as difficult as it's.
So because I recorded a little quiet, it may be better to re-record.
Oh, well then we're going to lose the part where I make that ridiculously funny mistake.
Down. As a matter of fact, let's get started.
Or,
So
hold on.
first
What
we're
if
going
I
to
had
click
a
on this
soundtrack?
Python Quick Start. where it says collab.researchgoogle.com. There we go. And that takes us
in the background.
to our.
If you want me to redo it, that's fine. I just have to get
Yeah.
set. I'm happy to do it again.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. I need to get set back up though. That's
okay. Yeah, let's record your because the voice is there, right?
Okay.
Let's not. It's so weird because you spend all of this time learning how to voice act, and then when you're finally ready to voice act, you start having to use the technology, and by the time you use the technology, you don't want to voice act no more.
Yeah, well, I was a little pressured. I felt because I couldn't find that stupid little dongle
Well,
thing. I found it this morning. I found it this morning though, so all is one. I have two, but you know,
you're the one ordered, and you found the other one at the same time.
Well, no, GoPuff brought it here last night. I used it, and then this morning I was cleaning up some things. I'm like, there it is. So now I have two. That's okay
though. Awesome. Yeah. Let's do another and I would emphasize, don't worry. I know this might look complicated. I know this looks like an F-15 cockpit. I was once just like you.
Right, and that's one thing I
Hum
regret.
bhi the jaise tum. That's how you say it in Hindi.
Oh, there you go. You told me to do that, and I kind of did it and kind of did not. So I'll do better with that this time.
There's always a balance, right? Because you could talk for 5 minutes about it. Oh, I'm nothing. I'm dumb. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to. The thing is, like, you don't want the audience to necessarily feel sorry for you, but empathize with you. Fine line.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll be a few minutes. I'm gonna get set up.
Awesome. Let's see if Pearls is free. If we could create 5 courses at the same time, it's perfect. So let me ask you guys if there's any lessons that you want me to include in the course. Just writing them off, even if it's just simple questions. Again, what I'm going to be doing is taking this course, creating it, and then open sourcing it so anyone can create their own course.
I missed that. I just joined the speaker.
Oh, wicked. Pearls. Are you ready? Agatha, are you ready?
How does maybe 15 minutes sound in 15 minutes time?
Agatha, you think you'll be free? Or yeah, 15 minutes sounds good. Sandra, you want to walk Hurls through it if Agatha's not free?
Sure. Give me like 5 minutes to get this set up. But I do have something to ask. Maybe would it be possible to do a lesson on making any kind of app with chat?
Yeah. Here's what I might suggest. Hurls, if you want, let's go on Zoom together. We'll do this all together, and we'll help each other answer each other's questions. Iron sharpening iron.
Okay, so I'm going to do the first lesson from the computer then. It does, I guess, never mind. Okay, I'll figure it out.
That's what I wanted to try. That's what I wanted to try. Where's my chat? All right. So, what I want to know is write the Python code that will execute in a Google Colab notebook. Write the Python code that works in a Google Colab notebook, which displays the financial data of Microsoft using the Y Finance API. Fuck you. You have to be joking.
What magic did you pull off?
So imagine I have lessons, right? Like one of the lessons is to use the Y Finance API to pull financial data from the Fortune 500. Like, give me the financials of Microsoft from earnings per share to current assets and everything in between.
And it found all that?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, because Microsoft is in the Syndicate chat, or is now part of GPT-3.
No, it's the Y Finance API.
Why finance the API?
Y Finance is an API that uses Y Finance data.
Huh.
So here's the prompt. Write the Python code that works in a Google Colab notebook, which blank. In this case, write the Python code that works in a Google Colab notebook, which displays the financial data of Microsoft using the Y Finance API. It goes, unfortunately, I'm unable to browse the internet, so I cannot provide you with the exact code you're looking for. However, I can give you an idea of how you might go about using the Y Finance API to display Microsoft's financial data in a Google Collaboratory notebook. First, you would need to install the Y Finance library. You can do this by running the following command: pip install Y Finance. So it gave me all of the code, including examples, and then I said combine the above code in one complete Python program.
Holy moly.
I go over to Google Colab. I open a new notebook. Python Quick Start with ChatGPT. Python Quick Start, ChatGPT for financial data using Y Finance API. Take the data. Ooh, where's deleted the code. All right, so let me go back to ChatGPT. So, write a complete Python program that displays Microsoft financial data using the Y Finance API. Bang. Here's a sample Python program that uses the Y Finance API to display financial data for Microsoft. 3 lines of code, all commented. Import the necessary libraries. Get the stock data from Microsoft. Print the financial data. 3 lines of code. Now that didn't work because the import doesn't work. Okay. Now, what if I change to go pip install because of what I know about code? So it's not just let's see here. YF is not defined. Let me see if I can put the error in.
But maybe just asking the question, why finance? Like, why finance?
Not bad.
I said it gave an error saying that YF is not defined. Please fix the code above. Internal server.
Do you have a name for your computer?
No.
That's the reason why. That's why you gave the error. My computer's name is Palo Aya. Palo, as in the place in California, and Aya, as in AI. And I give it love rubs. And I leave open speech recognition on, and it's like sometimes it will just go to a location, and I just continue trying to go about it my way instead of trying to fix it. And yeah, quite the emotional journey with this machine.
What did you name it?
Oh, Palo AI, Palo Aya. Palo
Oh,
Aya is like my computer. It's an HP computer. It's pretty nice. I love it. I burned my thumb the other day. It was by accident.
oh
But
no.
it made me think about it in the term of like thumbnail, like when you just have a thumbnail, or like you're thumbing through a book. Oh man, I've been freaking just speed reading books, and I also like the speed read. You guys know what I'm talking about, where it's like it flashes a word right in front of your face.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard of that. Do you do that often?
Yeah, I feel like we're like computers too, so I do it. I downloaded this like book called Limitless Brain Training, and then I decided to instead open it up regularly. I opened up on Notepad, and it was just like all these weird symbols and like um, just numbers and stuff like that, and I just pressed the down button on my arrow and just like it would scroll through, and it feels like I'm like downloading this information into my skull. Because like sometimes when you know too much, it psychs out what you're doing. So it was like a way for me. I brainwashed myself, to be smart.
There you go.
But it's like there's obviously learning in a different way. I wonder how the computer would respond if you're doing like one-on-one lessons, and just each word, each syllable, you would have like you would teach that, and as opposed to just like giving it a bunch of links and saying, okay, you just read it yourself. The code, right? We were talking about the code earlier. The one that you said Microsoft Finances, and it gave you 3 codes or something. No, 3 lines of code. It spit back.
I'm sorry. No, I was looking for. I have my snippet tool.
It's probably I love you.
Okay, let's try this now. So, the code that it gave me did not work. I had to give it a more specific Python quick start, chat GPT, Finance API, forcing pip install command. There are many ways to install the code libraries you need. Code libraries are like software toolboxes that allow you to do a bunch of slicing and dicing. I found that the code it gave me wasn't working. And so I had to there it is, because I didn't use the full thing. So I had to give it a bit more. I had to tell it use pip install to install it.
Pip install? Like PIP?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pip. What does pip remind me of? I don't know. But pi is in there for sure. Something to do with pi.
Fantastic. I got it to work. Okay. I'm going to put this to the top. Okay. So the lesson I'm learning here is that the code that it gives you may not always work. And so sometimes you have to know just enough code to fix it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Not a lot,
Yeah.
just enough. So, for example, it tried to use the import function. Now, that function, for whatever reason, doesn't work on its own in Google Colab. You need to use an alternative to installing, which is pip install. That's function. I don't know many, but that's one because I see it over and over and over again. So, write the Python code compatible with a Google Colab notebook, which displays Microsoft's financial data using the Finance API, using the pip install command. Chat GPT. And then I can maximize this, and I'll show the executed code. There it is. And there's the result. I put this at the top. So I was completely overjoyed when I saw that it could do it. I was underjoyed when the program didn't work. I went online and was reminded of a lesson, which is sometimes import doesn't work that well. You have to sometimes use pip install, whatever the hell that means.
Okey-doke.
Yeah, debugging, right?
Yeah.
All right, let me put this to the All right, write the Python code compatible with a Google Colab notebook, which displays Microsoft's financial data using the Finance API using the pip install command. Elegant.
I thought I installed Windows 11, and I don't know if I did or not.
If you
Windows
go like,
11.
if
What?
you go,
What? Sorry,
if you
go ahead.
go, if you go start and look for my computer, if you right click on my computer and go properties, it'll tell you the operating system, how much RAM you have, etc. What's up, Will?
Okay.
I'm 5 minutes away.
Yeah.
5 minutes, all right. What up, Will? Welcome.
Hey there. Thanks for inviting me up. Actually, I have a question.
Absolutely. Hopefully, one of us can answer. We're still learning too.
Yeah, me too. So I've heard a little bit about ChatGPT. I recently, like yesterday, after about a week of work, finally got a stable diffusion server up and running on my own hardware. Are there any guides for setting up ChatGPT on your own equipment?
We've been able to create a Google Colab notebook with ChatGPT. To run it on your own system, I would have to look that up. That's beyond my recruiter coding pay grade. But if anyone else has some insight on running it on your own machine.
And I'm a doctor, not a programmer.
Man, you're going to create some madness with that stable diffusion, aren't you?
I've had so much fun just putting in really random imagery ideas and seeing what it spits out. It's hilarious at times. So for the background, I'm running it on CPU. I don't have GPUs in this case because it's all running virtually. But it's running 24 cores with 16 gigs of RAM, and an image takes approximately 7 minutes to render at about 35 gigahertz consumed on a sustained basis.
I don't know what that means. Do you, Dan or Ruben? Is that good? We're going to assume that's amazing. Ruben, what do you think?
I'm doing that thing where I sort of nod like I know what I'm talking about, but I don't.
Yeah, that's how I felt. I just wanted to admit that I didn't know. It sounds good. I'm a recruiter, and I feel like a primate with his hands on a
Oh,
calculator.
that's a good one. I'm a recruiter. Yeah, my version of that is I'm a drummer, but I think I'm a recruiter is a good one.
Okay, I need advice. So I thought I had a screen recorder on my laptop, and I thought I had updated to Windows 11, but I mean, I downloaded it, I let it do its own thing. I don't know what happened, but I'm on Windows 10, which means I don't have the updated snipping tool with the recorder. Can you think of anything on the fly I can use, or should I just go back to the same setup?
It sounds like we may be able to record this together on Zoom.
Okay.
Right? You can just share your screen, keep recording.
Okay.
Bob's your uncle. I think Hurls is going to be ready in about 5 minutes to go where no Australian has gone before. Well, probably they have.
Shift and then the Windows key and hit G, I think.
Ooh.
And hit G.
So, Will, what we're doing is kind of putting together a ChatGPT Learn How to Code course. And we're going to be creating a bed of courses. And everyone, because they're delving into voice acting, will be able to use the lessons and create their own course, knowing that no one voice is going to be effective with all people.
Also,
that's a neat idea.
Sandra, if you have a Xbox controller and Bluetooth or wire connected to your computer, just hit the main X button on the controller and it'll pop up the console for recording.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that. But if we're going to use Zoom, that should do the trick.
I'm getting home. I can actually pull up the computer computer, put my hands on the keys and see which one it is. I know S is to cut, and I know 2 keys over is to record.
Thanks.
Is it possible for an Australian, even an Australian, to use ChatGPT? Find out shortly on the Syndicate. From beginner to power user with ChatGPT. I don't know. It seems far-fetched.
You can't even imagine, right? Hey, I updated the code for the Python ChatGPT thing in Google Colabs.
Well, I guess I'm the coder.
I may or may not have had some help, but you know.
This husband-wife duo of coding can be very powerful.
Yeah.
You do the meetings, and you just say, yes, I can get to do that. Just tell me why don't you just tell me what you want?
That's what I told him.
Problems in your relationship? Is it time for ChatGPT to come in and help you do some cuckold simulation? Why not? No need to have a big bull come into your house and fuck the hell out of you when you've got a great man who can do it already. We're just missing that weird interaction with a cuckold-like bull talking about things. And then, of course, mass humiliation. So put on those heels and get down with the Syndicate of D-Gen conversations born from a brain from AI and everything in the sky. Thanks for listening. Drive by and give a donation today at 555-444-AI. That's right, 555-444-AI, and call today and win a prize.
All right, Sandra, it's not the shift key for recording, it's the alt key. So yes, 2 keys over is R. So Windows key, alt, R.
Hey, if you want to check out my Stable Diffusion implementation, go to sd.willjason.com and you can. Huh?
I apologize. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, just go to that website and put in whatever you can think of, and it'll spit out an image. Takes a minute, but.
Will, do you know how long it's been since I've heard the sentence, "Hey, if you want to check out my not end with NFT"?
Yeah.
What's the website, Will?
SD for Stable Diffusion. .willjason.com.
Am I spelling Will Jason wrong?
It's with an E.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. sd.willjason, spelled JASEN.com. Pulling it up.
JASEN. The
Wow.
trick is that it has to be HTTP, not HTTPS or anything
Wow.
funky. But it should load, and you can play around with it.
All right. I entered the prompt, the trick, just to test it out.
There may be some.
Wow, how'd you do this?
So, which
Whoa.
layer?
Batch 1, generating images, 0%.
So I have 2 Dell PowerEdge servers running in the basement. I run VMware on those. Then I have virtual machines where I install Ubuntu Linux. Then from there, I just find whatever scripts or projects I need and deploy them either via apt-get or sometimes source or set up scripts. But I found a nice setup script that finally worked after about 4 tries. And I can run Stable Diffusion, this like mini website, and then I've just decided to make it available for some people to play with because it's kind of neat. I mean, I wish it rendered quicker, but I can only do so much.
Okay. Hi, I'm Travis Hurley, and what am I doing here? And what are we up to?
You'll be get your ass kicked. That's what's gonna happen, my friend.
Okay, let's do it. So Hurls, you slate, then Lagartha slates, and then Hurls, you can state your motivation and what you want to see happen, and Lagartha will walk you through it. Whenever you're ready, take a deep breath and relax.
Lags, you go first.
Oh, I'm still fucking around with this code.
Right. Are we doing this on Spaces or in a Zoom?
Should probably do a Zoom, eh? So I can get your voice. You have your microphone set up?
Oh, I can do that. Yep. See ya.
Oh, my mic isn't connected to my phone. It doesn't work with Twitter Spaces.
Yeah.
Even if I use the dongle, it still uses my inbuilt microphone.
All right. Let me walk over to the computer. So once again, we are digging into the unknown underbelly of ChatGPT. Namely, is it possible, as far-fetched as it might seem, for an Australian to learn how to use AI? Is it possible for an Australian to learn how to code? Don't scoff at me. It's worth failing at.
An Australian Generation X that behaves like a boomer.
Oh, a Generation X boomer. Oh no.
Cheeky
Oh,
so-and-sos.
and he's living in sin.
Hi, I'm Travis Hurley. I'm represented by the Infinity Forge, and I'm here because I'm old enough to know better, but young enough to still do it anyway.
Okay, let me open up a Zoom. I'm just going to close all of these things.
I'll need to just quickly focus for a second, copy the right link, do not share any of my keys, and then I'll tweet out what I got.
Oh, yeah, I was just going
to check it.
Yeah, I was going to suggest like we do this, but we keep it among us for now, just so that we're extra safe.
Extra safe for what? The one that I'm sharing has a code that's already revoked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let me.
And the one that I'm not sharing, which is Chris's copy to fuck around with, which is what he's doing instead of working right now. That's still living. All the keys I shared partially yesterday, they're all not alive anymore. They're all gone. So I need the one that fucks around. The fuck around one for Chris that's still alive.
All right, let's open this up. Let me find my mic. The mic is plugged in. The Zoom is there. I have this on. Join with computer audio. Bang, bang. Sure. Copy. Link. Oh, we open up Twitter. I closed everything down so that this would run faster. And it'll be good because I can end this space and generate the recording, because I need to have Lagartha's lambasting of Hurls for this episode. Are you smarter than an Australian? All right. All right. So I put the link into the chat. Shall we?
Yeah.
All right, guys. So I'm just going to end this here. Thanks for joining another episode of the Syndicate from beginner to power user with ChatGPT. Will ChatGPT replace Google? I don't know. I don't even know what Google does anymore. They're not even Google, they're Alphabet. You get the idea. Any parting words from humanity?
Yeah, I can't wait to kick Holz's ass.
Oh dear.
We'll see you on Zoom,
All
everyone.
love, Holz. All love. I think this is how we do things now, right? We like
Oh yeah,
insult people and then we just say all love at the end, and then it's just not insulting anymore.
That doesn't. It goes without saying for me, Lugs. Goes without saying. See you in the Zoom.
See you in the Zoom.
See you in the Zoom.
Boom, 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 ba-cha.
Come on, GPT-3, let me in the Zoom. Let me in the Zoom.